on the right panel are electronic devices that interact with chemistry in the environment, with the external layer, can interact with any kind of chemicals or organic molecules in the environment, and then modify its characteristic, as you can see, through a transducer to generate a signal, in general, an electronic system with a signal amplification. This is why many different sensors can be made utilizing different combination of the recognition molecules in the recognition tools in the external layer and the transducing tools to the in the electronic parts. The recognition tools in the external layer can be chemicals, metal oxides, carbon nanotubes, conduction polymers, porphyrins, or proteins or graphene particles. The transducing tools usually are quartz microbalance, optical sensor, acoustic wave sensors, and in particular, field effect transistor. So at the end, there are some pros and cons in utilizing the volatile organic compounds analysis. The pros are that there is a non-invasive sample collection, different biological fluids to be analyzed, and possibly using low-cost technology for analysis, very low-cost technologies. The cons, obviously, are the lack of standard analysis protocols many of the papers that I'll show you are just the first one in the field, so they are a proof of concept. So all the information that we have to be confirmed, obviously. There is a lot of research to do in this field. Difficult in understanding the true origin of the detected volatile organic compound. As I told you before, it's not so easy to recognize exogenous and endogenous volatile organic compounds. Difficulty in associating volatile organic compounds with different metabolic pathways and with specific pathologies. Usually we refer to a pattern. And interference due to comorbidity and the environmental factor, as I told you before. So we can divide between the instrument and the volatile organic compounds that we are going to dose in specific sensors and wider not specific sensor. You know very well specific sensor. For instance, for breath acetone, you can see Biosense is an app with track ketone strands and facilitate monitoring of different foods. And the Keto is a pen-sized device that connects to a smartphone and so on. Or breath carbon dioxide instrument, as you can see there, the Lumen or Breathing Pro, which use a disposable mask and a combined sensor to measure carbon dioxide and oxygen to calculate resting metabolic rate, resting energy expenditure, and so on. And you can see also, ammonia checker and so on. But often it's not possible to identify connection between a disease of a physiological situation and the presence of specific compounds, as acetone, ammonia, and so on. It's rather the whole composition of the fluid to change under the effect of a pathology. And this is why we need an array of sensors. And in particular, thanks to a combinatorial selectivity, utilizing cross-selective sensor make possible to increase enormously the number of detectable volatile organic compounds, and in the meantime to looking for patterns able to suggest the presence of disease. So we can, thanks to these methods, we can amplify the possibility to detect volatile organic compounds, different volatile organic compounds. And this is what usually do our nasal mucus. And using combinatorial selectivity, obviously the analysis of the signals start to be more and more complicated. In particular, the analysis change moving from discrete biomarkers, acetone or ammonia, to profiles, and profiles to patterns. So we can see a pattern of signal. And this is why to interpret this signal, we need machine learning tools. And in particular, you know, machine learning can be supervised and unsupervised, and then we can do with supervised classification or regression, and with unsupervised dimensional reduction or clustering. And these are the tools that usually have been utilized until now in the detection of patterns of volatile organic compounds, in particular linear regression, logistic regression, support vector machine, and principal component analysis. And now I'd like just to show you some application of that, as I told you, are just proof of concept, so are have to be confirmed by further research. This is a paper that we published in the Center of Volatolomics in the University of Tor Vergata, which is where we made, you can see there, a sensor array and gas chromatography detection of the blood serum volatolomic signature of COVID-19. You have just to warm a bit the blood or the urine just to obtain the volatolomics, the volatile organic compound in the gas phase. And thanks to this, we participate to many other studies which were able to detect the COVID-19 in different matrices. And in particular, you can see here the pattern of the volatile organic compound, which was able to distinguish between COVID patients and not COVID patients. Some of these metabolites increased in COVID patients, other ones decreased, as you can see here. Many of them are alcohols, aldehydes, and so on. And here you can see the different sensors. We utilized 12 sensors, and in the first column is the non-COVID patients, the second column of each box is the COVID patients, and you can see that almost all the sensors discriminate between the two situations. And then through a principal component analysis, we were able to distinguish COVID patients from non-COVID patients in our clinics. But we are not the only one which did this. You can see how many companies and how many analyzers has been produced for volatolomics of COVID disease. You can see on the left side the manufacturer, and on the right side the different analyzers. Nanotechnology, taking DSA analyzer, Griscan, and so on. There are a great portfolio of this instrument, as you can see here, that has been produced to detect COVID disease through volatolomics. And you know also has been in some airport, this is the airport in Finland, Helsinki, you can see that also sniffer dog has been involved on this. Don't forget that a dog nose has 300 millions of odorants that can perceive and the human just 6 million. And that dogs are attracted to new and interesting odors is called the neophilia. And so also them have been involved in some way. Another application that you can see here, as I told you, always preliminary studies that should be confirmed, is a deep learning approach for detecting liver cirrhosis with volatolomics. In this case, the authors studied 35 patients with cirrhosis and 11 healthy control with field asymmetric ion mobility spectrometry, which is a variant of the ion mobility spectrometry, and applying convolutional neural networking as machine learning tools. You can see here the ROC curve. Obviously, the number of cases is not so wide. This is another application with an instrument which is called the Spironose. And you can see the author studied more than 300 patients with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis and tried to differentiate through the volatolomic pattern in the breath the idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis from chronic hypersensitivity, pneumonia, and connective disease associated interstitial lung disease. And you can see that in almost all cases, the sensitivity and the specificity was quite good. Another recent application is about asthma. There are many papers about asthma. And in this case, 30 patients with asthma and 35 non-asthma subjects were compared with their volatolome detected not with sensor in this case, but with gas chromatography. And you can see on the right panel the volatile organic compounds which were which was able to distinguish between asthma and not asthma. And the same you can see as blue lines in the spectrums. Another application, obviously the first application that has been done with the volatile organic compounds was the lung cancer. There are many papers about lung cancer, in particular in studying the mass spectrometry, the selectron ion flow with mass spectrometry, and you can see here also the way of collection of the volatile organic compound of the breath. There is a first collection bag, which is just for the first part of the breath, which is discharged, and the alveolar breath that has been present in the second bag. Also, in this case, you can see the different algorithm that has been applied to the results of the gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and the different kinds of sensitivity and specificity. This is another paper that has been produced in our center recently about lung cancer too. And in this case, we went to see the discriminating capacity between controls and lung cancer patients in the urinary volatolome, and was quite good too. This is the analysis of a breath print that has been proposed to investigate possible biomarker for chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. And in particular, the aim of this study was to discriminate between healthy subject patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease associated with smoking or associated with household pollution. And in this case, the participants are wide number, almost 300 people. And you can see on the left up panel in green and yellow that the discrimination between healthy subject and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease was quite good, very good. On the down right box, you can see that there is not discrimination between pollution and smoke. So in this case, the volatolomic profile was able to detect the consequences of the disease and not the causes, obviously. This is another application in a gastric cancer with a good number of subjects, and the accuracy in this case was more than 98% for advanced gastric cancer classification and 97% for early gastric cancer detection using breath analysis. This is another paper about and the object of this research was to identify a global chemical pattern of volatile organic compound in urine capable of discriminating between women with cervical cancer and control women using an electronic nose. You can see that there are 33 volatile compounds which are present only in cervical cancer patient and 66 only in cervical intraepithelial neoplasia. Non-invasive real-time breath metabolomics and also been suggested for therapeutic drug monitoring. So in this case, you can do a personalized therapeutic management of the drug. This is very recent. And then there are other applications. Air quality on the space station. We are proud that our instrument, our nose, is in the space station since a few years. Food quality control, medical diagnosis, as I told you, but you can also add heart failures, tuberculosis, malaria, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa in cystic fibrosis patients. There are some reports about this, kidney cancer, and neurodegenerative disease. So in conclusion, volatolomics is a source of information for diagnosis and understanding physiological processes. Analytical tools are fundamental for studying the chemistry of volatolomes with the aim of understanding the pathway that link disease to volatile compounds. This is the gold standard. But sensor array, also known as electronic noses, are useful tools for developing diagnostic system as well as gas chromatography, in particular point-of-care system, very cheap to produce. Breath is in many cases the first choice, but alternative sample can be managed, the urine and blood serum as I showed you before. But very important, and this is a task for laboratory professionals, for clinical biochemists, is to standardize the measurement and to increase reproducibility and comparison and integration between instruments. This is, we have to do this great effort before translate these important tools to the clinics. What next? For sure, integration of data from different fluids. As I showed you before, different fluids, we can obtain different patterns from different fluids. Thanks to machine learning tools, we should integrate the pattern from different fluids so that we can increase the predictive power in discriminating health and disease. Then, obviously, if we should integrate also images, clinical data, other omics, environmental data, lifestyle, ethnicity, genetics, and traditional clinical biochemistry assays. Each of these can be a feature or a pattern of failures for the machine learning analysis that increase the predictivity of the algorithm. But I'd like to point it out that if you increase the number of failures, you have to increase of a factor 10 at least the number of patients. So if we do machine learning with all these data, we need an enormous number of patients. So if you increase failures, you have to increase patients. This is why some of these studies are just preliminary that I showed you before. Another important tool, obviously, if we would like to do this, we need connectivity and digitalization of health data. And you see here the long, the history of the WHO declaration for digitalization worldwide, of the health data worldwide. First of all, was just an, how do you say, a call to consider digitalization in 2005. Then in 2013, a call to develop policies and legislative mechanism linked to the health strategy, electronic health strategy. In 2018, there was a call for a global strategy on digital health, identifying priority areas. And in 2020 was launched the global strategy of digital health that should help countries worldwide in making digitalization of health data by the end of 2025.
Dr. Baradini, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes. So I told you about integration of data. This will be a new tool that possibly will be present in the website called Data Fabric, which is able to open the silos and to merge the data. This will be one of the top strategic technology that has been reported in the Gartner 2022 trends. And you can see with this digital instrument, we will be able to reduce the data management by up to 70%. And then we need the synergies between actors, not only clinician and laboratory professional. We should be able to talk and to find a common language with engineers, physicists, chemists, and data scientists. And this is why we create this interdepartmental center for volatolomics in my university. There are all these different actors inside. And then, obviously, integration of science. We should start to think not at the pathway, but at the graphs, because we have to merge so many signals from many different disciplines. And obviously, talking to you about volatilome, you know, I talked about medical science, nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science. Just in 20 minutes, in some way, we involved all these different disciplines. So we should be able to do this. A big problem for any emerging technology is the equity, because when a new technology comes, in general, is utilized by high-income countries, which use to produce new technology. And I think it's an FCC task, and Professor Adeli worked a lot as president of FCC about this, to make possible to utilize emerging technologies as volatolomics or with equity worldwide. And equity is not the same, or equality is not the same of equity, as you can see. We have to do more to people which are behind. And in any case, this is, I think, will be a good application for volatolomics, because volatolomics is cheap. is not as an expensive instrument, and you can do so many. It's a great opportunity also for equity worldwide. So thanks to you, but before the end, I'd like to promote the World Lab Euromed Lab Congress that will be held in Rome in May 21, 25, 2023. And as you can see, the scientific program that you can find in the IFCC website is rich with many symposia, satellite conferences. The satellite conferences will start 2 days before, 19 and 20 of May. I hope that all of you can come in Rome. You will be really welcome. This is the auditorium, which is called the Cloud, because the auditorium, you can see on the right up panel, is included in a sort of cloud, as you can see in the right down panel, which is suspended in a column as a cloud, you can see. And in the meantime, I hope that you can enjoy in the ancient Rome city, in the Pope cities, which is so rich of art, you know, Raffaello, Michelangelo, and so on, and in the Romantic city too, obviously also in the modern city. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sergio, for such an impressive intellectual talk. So now moving on towards the next keynote talk, Metabolomics, an emerging field for clinical diagnostics. For this talk, we have another esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Eddie Fox. Dr. Eddie is bioanalytical chemist with more than 15 years of expertise in mass spectrometry and separation science. Dr. Eddie held several R&D leadership roles at Metabolomics, where he supervised all the activities related to method development of targeted and untargeted metabolomics. Currently, he is the chairman of IFCC working group focusing on metabolomics application and also serving as the group head of mass spectrometry application. Unfortunately, he was not able to travel Pakistan due to some unavoidable reason. However, he is very kind to share his recorded presentation with us. So we will connect with him via Zoom during QA session. Can we have Dr. Ali presentation on multimedia, please?
Good morning, everyone. So thank you for inviting me to give a talk at this conference. I'm very, very sorry that I cannot be here today with you as I wasn't able to travel. So I've made this recording, and hopefully you're still gonna enjoy this presentation about metabolomics and the current and future applications in clinical settings. My name is Eddie Fuchs. I'm actually employed by Roche Diagnostic R&D in Germany, and today I'm representing the IFCC working group on metabolomics. So I will briefly introduce the working group. We'll talk about what is metabolomics about, what is it not so easy to do, how do you do it, methods and techniques, and then I'll take more time to go into applications. Where do we already find metabolomics? Where do we expect to find metabolomics in the future? This is the working group, which has been funded very recently in December 2021. So we just about to celebrate our first year. We have real experts from all around the globe who are working with metabolomics in clinical settings and have shown already great achievement in the field. The working group is focusing on the monitoring of the current metabolomics approaches. This is what we spent most of this year doing, And we will now spend more time in trying to understand what are the difficulties in implementing metabolomics in routine diagnostics, and what should we do to make this implementation easier. So, the definition of metabolomics. Metabolomics is actually an analytical approach which is about detecting in a quantitative or semi-quantitative manner and simultaneously a large number of small molecules that play a biological role. Usually, those metabolites are measured in serum or plasma, but it can basically be applied to any kind of biofluids, also to tissues and different and cells. So what you see here in the background, this is a network of metabolites. It's represented like this, and each dot represents one small molecule, one metabolite that we would like to measure. Thinking about metabolomics in the context of system biology, the metabolomics is actually the omics techniques that's the closest one to the phenotype. So it's actually very sensitive to various factors such as lifestyle, diet, age, etc. So you can pick up a lot of things, and therefore it's quite a promising technique to actually discover new biomarkers. But why is it difficult? In my opinion, the first difficulty is lipophilicity. So what you'll find in the literature is that what's considered as being the metabolome is usually small molecules that are ranging from 50 to 1200 Dalton, 1500 Dalton, or sometimes until 2000 Daltons. And all those compounds have a very diverse chemical structure. And because they have a very diverse chemical structure, they also span over quite a wide range of lipophilicity, or if you prefer, polarity. So polarity or lipophilicity is measured as the partition between octanol and water of a given substance. And the scale is always given as a log P. Now what you see here on the screen is that for the metabolites, this range is quite broad. It starts with -10 for nucleotide, for some sugars, and can go up to a log P of 30 for complex lipids. The second challenge that we face when we want to do metabolomics is the concentration range of those metabolites. Again, no one is very sure how large is this span of concentrations. Most people say it's anywhere between 9 to 12 orders of magnitudes, which means that you want to measure concentration from milligram per milliliter to femtogram per milliliter. If you compare this with if you compare this with the resolution you may want to have when you take a picture, it would be like going in one of those hot balloon and trying to make a picture of this large pieces of stone, which are called chimney, which is 40 meters high, and a bacteria. And this picture should have the same resolution for this chimney and for this bacteria. So this is a huge challenge to actually get the same resolution over this large scale. So, and because of this, there's actually no single technique that can cover such a large range of lipophilicities of concentration. And this led to the development of subcategories of metabolomics, which are targeted on certain range of the of a certain range of polarity or a certain range of concentration. The exact number of metabolites is still unknown, so that there is one group that calculated how many theoretical possibilities do we have or how many different structure can we have in this range of the metabolites, and they came up to a number that is more than 100,000. So those subcategories of metabolomics are for sure very familiar to you. So probably the most common one after metabolomics is lipidomics, targeting a special range of lipophilicity, which are the lipids, of course. Another quite well-known field is volatolomics. And then there are still others, so some targeted metabolites methods for energy metabolites, for steroids, it's also sometimes called steroidomics, eicosanoid, and then there is some special fields for flexomics. So in terms of methodology, I've mentioned one, the targeted approach. So I think we think there are three different approaches with which you can do metabolomics. The first one is fingerprinting. This is about classification of a sample, and you don't necessarily have to do identification. You don't necessarily have to do quantification to do this. It's just an algorithm that allows you, based on fingerprinting, to classify those the samples you're interested in. The second approach is targeted metabolomics, which is a hypothesis-driven approach. So you know about the biology, you have some reasons to investigate some of those metabolites, and this is in general a quantitative method where you would buy a reference material, you will buy standards, and it's quite a classical approach for any analytical chemist. The third one, which is definitely the most complicated one, is untargeted metabolomics. And for this, you don't necessarily need an hypothesis. You basically want to measure everything that is in your sample. So you also want to measure things you don't know, things that are not reported, so-called unknowns. And in case they are interesting after the data processing, you can then do some structure elucidation, some metabolite identification work. Usually this is not quantitative, but most people do this semi-quantitatively because it's almost impossible to have standards for each compound that you will find in any given matrix. In terms of technology, I think those are the three main technologies that are being used, but there are others. This is not comprehensive. The first one is NMR, which is widely used. It's actually a very good technique when you want to quantify. It doesn't necessarily need standards in order to quantify. It's actually very robust, but in compared to other techniques, it lacks the sensitivity. Then you have GCMS, which is also a very good tool. It allows you to identify easily your compounds because you have very good databases that have been established, but it's lacking the speed of LCMS. So it's you have a long analysis time, and you need to derivatize your compounds in order to make them volatile so they can be separated in the gas phase of the GC. And finally, you have the LCMS technique, which is, I think, definitely the most widely used technique to do untargeted metabolomics. In compared to the two other techniques, it's actually quite sensitive, it's quite specific thanks to tandem MS, MSMS techniques. And actually, it's relatively fast, where you can actually have separation. So one run per sample can last a couple of minutes. So here you can see this in perspective. So NMR and the concentration range that NMR is capable of covering. You usually can have about 100 metabolites in NMR, and this number increases, of course, with LCMS. But here I must say there's a lot of unknown compounds, so most of the signals that are picked up by LCMS are actually unknown. So, and this is an untargeted screening workflow that you would want to use with LCMS. So I chose to show this workflow because, as I mentioned, LCMS is probably the most widely used technique to do this. So the workflow will start with the sample collection, and here it's absolutely crucial to have good standardized protocol. You don't want to start to have differences in the way you take samples because you're going to reflect that in the data. You're definitely going to see differences in the data. Then again, you need a standardized sample preparation. Also there, it's very important that you don't introduce too much variability in your sample preparation. And this is why, when possible, it would be best to automate the sample preparation. Then you will have your chromatography. Although mass specs are very powerful tool, it's still very important to have a separation of the compounds to actually limit the complexity of the data entering the mass spec. Then you have the mass spec. Usually for untargeted metabolomics, people will use a high resolution mass spec, and they will also use several stages of mass spec. So doing MSMS, either doing with a quadrupole and a time of flight, or quadrupole and a orbitrap. Once you have your data, and this is a large set of data, you'll need to have a way of integrating all those peaks. And here there's no way you can do this manually, so you'll have to use special software that does it for you. And you'll have to perform some statistics because you also want to check the quality of this integration. You want to run some QC. You want to check if you have sample outliers and so on. So this is quite, the statistic part is quite important here to ensure the good quality of your results. Then you'll move to the identification part. So there you can rely on either open source databases. It's actually quite difficult to identify your compound with open source databases because all data have been acquired in a different manner. And what's easier to do but time consuming is to build your own library with real standards, and then you can do identification against your own library. And once you've done all this, then you can actually move to the biology and start to do some data interpretation based on your biological question. And now I'd like to move on to some examples where we've seen metabolomics, and the first one is for a cardiovascular application, and this is about prognosis biomarker. There is a company in Finland called Zora Bioscience, and they're specialized in providing services to industry and others for lipidomics question. And after a combination of untargeted and targeted methods, they were able to identify some ceramide markers that can prognose the risk of cardiovascular event to a part of the population. So what they do is that they measure quantitatively those compounds, so ceramides, and they build a score that is that can be easily interpreted by the pathologist. And this score is actually tells you if you have a lower risk of developing cardiovascular diseases, or if you have a high risk of developing this, and this is related then to directly to morbidity. So this prognosis set of biomarker is actually already being used since several years in Mayo Clinic, one of the largest diagnostics lab in the US, and it's called CERT1. And Zora were actually able to license this a similar test also to another large diagnostic company called Quest, and to use this on a routine basis in Finland. So here a great example of the translation of some biomarker in research to a targeted assay in clinical lab. Another example, also in the cardiovascular disease field, is the use of NMR. So this is actually a company that Jim, one of the members of the working group, funded years ago, and they focused on the development of a method to measure quantitatively lipoproteins as a marker for cardiovascular diseases. So they successfully managed to implement an assay with NMR, and then push this even further and say, well, then we want to have those analyzers, those NMR, in the routine labs. And that's what they did. They funded a company called Liposcience. They built those NMR and started to install NMR in different diagnostics labs in order to run those as routine. Fortunately or unfortunately, LabCorp, which is again one of the major diagnostic lab in the US, acquired Liposcience, and decided that they will not follow on the commercialization of NMR in the clinic, but they would rather keep the assay for them and offer those to their patients. So currently, this Liposcience company is actually be owned by or is part of LabCorp. But still, the reason I wanted to show this is because Jim and his colleagues have used this NMR assay not only for lipoprotein quantification, but they actually participated in a large number of clinical studies where patients were monitored over 30 years. So actually they got the sample from the patient at T0, and those patients were monitored over several years to check what kind of disease they were developing. So during this time, they basically archived all those NMR spectrum of those patients, and they developed algorithm to actually interrogate the data and to correlate this data with the new information they will receive from those clinical trials. And by doing so, they were also able to establish a marker for insulin resistance, and recently they were able to establish a marker alternative to the CRP for inflammation. And this shows that because the nature of NMR acquisition is an untargeted method, this shows how you can apply, you can reinterrogate untargeted data as new information becomes available about patient and how you can establish new prognostic markers. So also this is a great example on how this technology can be applied in the field. Now I'm changing topic and I'd like to talk more about volatolomics. So this is an example on how you can do volatolomics using chemical sensors. You don't necessarily need a mass spec or an NMR to do omics. So those chemical sensors are represented here by a dot, and each of those sensors contain one chemical that can bind to volatile compounds. So those volatile compounds are very small molecules that are being produced, in this case, by different adherent cells. And when the signature of those volatile compounds that are coming out of the cells is very characteristic to the strain of the cells. And you can see here different examples of bacteria and how the fingerprinting of those chemical sensors would look like. So you can actually train an algorithm to detect, based on this fingerprinting, to identify which bacteria you have in your samples. And this method has been used and applied by a company by a startup in California, which came up with an instrument called specific reveal. And what they're using this for is they're using this to measure antimicrobial resistance, which, as you all know, is a huge problem worldwide and is responsible for many deaths. So how do they actually do this? They have a well plate with containing different antibiotics and different concentration of those antibiotics. They expose the patient samples to these different antibiotics, and they are generating a kinetic curve to see how the bacteria are actually reacting to those different to these different concentration of antibiotics. Based on the results, they can the pathologists can actually suggest which antibiotics would work best for which patients. And what's really interesting about this is that they can reduce the time for to get this information to 5.5 hours, and currently it takes up to 2 days with the classical methods to do something like this. So this was really almost a surprise for us. This is really metabolomics in routine settings, and this also has the IVD status. So it's really suited for diagnostic tests, and they actually now applied for approval by the FDA, which is, according to the website, still pending. And by the way, this product, this company, has been acquired by bioMérieux to complete their range of instruments. Another very interesting example of volatolomics is this non-invasive real-time breath metabolomics for therapeutic drug monitoring testing. In that example, so this is a startup from Switzerland, from different university in Switzerland, and they are basically using a SESI source, secondary electrospray ionization source, coupled to a high-resolution Orbitrap, which is, and both of them are actually commercial instruments. And they've been able to establish an assay to measure valproic acid in the breath. And so they measure valproic acid, they measure free valproic acid, but what's very interesting is they also are able to measure side effects. So if people are not going to react well on valproic acid. And this is interesting because you can, of course, you have a real-time measurement, so you don't have to wait for results from the lab. But also, it's quite interesting for children because you don't want to draw serum or plasma too often from children. So having the possibility of having a non-invasive technique to measure this is quite interesting for patients suffering from epilepsy and which are at risk of seizures. And quite impressive is that what's quite impressive is that this product as well is actually has an IVD status, so it can be used already in the hospital, in the clinical lab, and is based on metabolomics. Now, what I would like to talk about is an application which is not as well implemented as the rest of the application I've shown. This is ambient ionization mass spec. So here we're talking about fingerprinting techniques. And why is this interesting is because the desorption and ionization of analyte directly from the sample has at least 3 advantages. First of all, you don't need, so if you can measure directly from the surface, obviously you don't need to extract the sample, and you make this, and by doing so, you are much faster. Also, since you don't separate the compounds before they enter the mass spec, you are much faster. You don't need you don't have a chromatography in the gas phase or in the liquid phase, and finally, because of those ambient sources that are becoming available, you can have portable instruments. You don't need those huge pumps and things like this. So it is an ideal technique or a family of techniques to do for the diagnostic world. And this is something that we start to see for application in the operating theater. There has been a number of technologies being developed for this, with the idea that the surgeon here would have in his hand a probe where he can actually get sample ionizable compounds from the tissue of the patient in vivo and have this transported to a mass spec for a real-time identification of the compounds. So one of the application we've seen, which were really the pioneer of this, was the iKnife, which was developed in collaboration with Waters, one of the major mass spec vendor, and we are seeing now new techniques that are also trying to achieve similar things. And I'd like to talk in more details about the one that I think is quite promising, which is called the mass spec pen. This mass spec pen is basically the probe looks like a pen, and it has a 3D printed tip that can be replaced, and there is simply water coming in and water being sucked out again using some gas. And because it's just a droplet of water that moves onto the tissue, this technique is actually not invasive. You don't need to cut anything or to burn anything. And that makes it very attractive to be used for in vivo applications. And as a matter of fact, many or several surgeons in the US have been used this. So this instrument technique was developed by research group in University of Texas. And they've started to do clinical trials with this instrument and to actually check what do they damage tissue in patient, yes or no, and how powerful can be the technique. And this is a picture in the operating theater on that you can see where a surgeon is using this. And the results they obtained is actually quite impressive. So they particularly looked at cancer applications for breast, thyroid, lung, and ovary cancer. And here you can, so you can see in this table what they achieved in terms of sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy. And here you can see the number of patients they were actually looked at. And I personally think that this is quite an impressive result that they've obtained by doing these fingerprinting techniques, and that in general we may see more of those applications in the future. And with this, I'd like to conclude. I think I'm slightly over time. I apologize for this. So is metabolomics going to the clinic? You've seen it's there already, and I've shown you several examples of this. And hopefully we'll see more of those biomarker discovery examples where untargeted methods have been able to identify biomarkers, and that targeted assay have been developed to allow the translation into the clinics. Based on those ambient technology, there's a chance to improve point of care because we can have access to non-invasive measurement in real time. But there's also a huge chance to use metabolomics for precision medicine to be able to do patient stratification in order to know which patient would react well to a given drug, and of course which one would not react so well to a given drug. And finally, newborn screening with the screening of inborn error of metabolism is also a field that can benefit from metabolomics. But as always, there are challenges, and the first one that we believe we are facing is a lack of standardization and guidelines. It's difficult to compare results that have been acquired in different labs. And there's also none or very limited reference material available for lipidomics, which makes it even harder to compare results from different labs. And when we think about mass spec, the data size and complexity of the data is huge. I mean, there's still a need to improve the way we do processing, and maybe artificial intelligence will help us doing this. And finally, and again, this is a very mass spec specific bottleneck, is the identification of the compounds. What you get at the end are signals, and you don't want to do interpretation of signals. You really want to know what you are measuring. Again, here it's quite a big challenge to be able in the future to identify more metabolites out of those thousands of features. And with this, I'm coming to the end of the presentation. I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and I will be available to take questions in a live format. Thank you.
So I'm glad to announce that Dr. Ali is virtually with us on Zoom. So thank you, Dr. Ali, for attending the conference. It was a nice presentation about technique and metabolomics and their role in diagnostic. So now we are heading towards the final keynote talk of the session, Metabolomics, Immunological and Biochemical Profiling of Adolescents with Obesity and Insulin Resistance. For this talk, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Khosrow Adeli. Dr. Adeli is a scientist and academic clinical biochemist with over 30 years of experience in clinical chemistry service, education, and research. He is the president of International Federation of Clinical Chemistry. He is also the division head of clinical biochemistry, Department of Pediatric Laboratory Medicine at the Hospital of Sick Children, Toronto. Dr. Khusro Adili is a full professor of laboratory medicine and pathobiology, biochemistry and physiology at University of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So I would like to invite Dr. Khusro Adili. Please welcome Dr. Adili.
Thank you very much. Well, thanks again for your kind invitation. Today I'm going to present on this topic of obesity and insulin resistance. Oh, let me see if this works. Could you? Thank you. I don't know if this pointer works, but that's okay. If you have a pointer, it'd be good. Now, we have been doing studies on children. I work in a children's hospital for many years, and what I'm going to present to you is some of the work we did. It's been published in Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism Journal, but I just wanted to share with you. Yeah, this is not enough battery. Okay, I'll just introduce the topic. So what we have been interested in is insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. And obesity is a major risk factor for development of type 2 diabetes, as you know. And it's a common problem around the world. As you know, the rate of obesity and insulin-resistant diabetes increasing rapidly, particularly in developing countries, like in this region, in India, for example, very high rates of diabetes, higher than many parts of the world. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So there is we see a significant number of individuals with this condition called metabolic syndrome, which affects both adults and children. And we've been interested particularly in pediatrics and pediatric obesity. Now, if you look at the rates of overweight and obesity, for example, in the US, it has been going up significantly, and the rates are very high, particularly in some of the states in the US. The rates are extremely high. And so almost half of 40 to 45% of children are either overweight or obese. Well, we're talking about millions of children. And so this is a major public health crisis, really, if you think about it. Because these children, when they become adults, most of them continue to be overweight and obese. And that affects, of course, the healthcare system. And they develop all sorts of complications. So, and if you look at around the world, this is older data, but you can see that the rates are high in many parts of the world. Of course, the highest used to be in the US, but even Canada and many parts of the world have high rates of obesity in children. Now, so presence of obesity is usually accompanied by a number of other complications, including elevated triglyceride, high blood pressure, insulin resistance, and lipid abnormalities such as lower HDL cholesterol, higher LDL cholesterol, especially small dense LDL. And so this phenomenon is accompanied by obesity, and together it's referred to as pediatric metabolic syndrome. So we've been interested in understanding this, studying this. The problem is that these risk factors increase the risk of developing type 2 diabetes and also cardiovascular disease later in life. So for that reason, we've been studying, well, I'm going to share with you some of the metabolomic studies we have been doing in these children. So this is the data that was published. I mentioned in Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism. So all of the data is available online, but I'll just share with you some of the findings. So our hypothesis was that childhood obesity is associated with both fasting and postprandial dyslipidemia. We're particularly interested in lipidomics and various lipid species and dyslipidemia because of my own interest for many years. And also, as you may know, diabetes and obesity are known to be associated with intestinal dysfunction. So actually, the intestine plays a critical role in the development of obesity and diabetes. And you can actually reverse diabetes by intestinal surgery, bypass surgery. So we have been interested in looking at not just lipids, but also role of the intestinal dysfunction. So this work has been done by my PhD student, Victoria Higgins, who actually has finished now, and she's actually become a chemical pathologist, a clinical chemist. She's now working in another hospital. Now, we were interested, my lab previously, we use animal models to do studies of obesity and diabetes, and we've been trying to repeat some of the experiments in animal models in children. So we call this translational research, where you make findings in the animal models, then you try to repeat those studies in the human. And so we've been interested particularly not only in lipids, but also in these gut peptides, GLP-1 and GLP-2, and bile acids. You may know that GLP-1 is the now the best drug target for treatment of diabetes. You know, the newest drugs that treat diabetes are actually based on GLP-1. GLP-1 stands for glucagon-like peptide 1. And this is the hormone that's secreted after we consume a meal, secreted by the gut. And it actually increases our insulin secretion. So GLP-1 has been used as a way of treating patients with diabetes. They're expensive drugs, but they're the best drugs currently available to treat diabetes. Anyways, we've been interested in GLP-1 and GLP-2, which is a sister peptide, and bile acids as well as lipids. So our experimental model is children with obesity, especially adolescents between 10, 12, and 18 years. So teenagers or adolescents were our sort of subjects. And we, as I mentioned initially, we also have, I should say, a control, lean children or adolescents who are lean and healthy. So we use a healthy cohort and then an obese, two obese cohorts. One obese cohort that was relatively healthy had mild insulin resistance. But then another cohort of obese adolescents who also were severely insulin resistant. What that usually means is that they are pre-diabetic. They have a high risk of developing type 2 diabetes. So lean adolescents, obese, sort of you can call healthy obesity, and then obesity with insulin resistance, which is pre-diabetic condition. So we then looked at all of a large number of molecules. Sort of basically a metabolomic type of study, but looking at not just lipids, but looking at bile acids, looking at inflammatory markers, I'll show you, looking at also these hormones, they're called gut peptides or gut hormones that are really important. So, but to select subjects who are healthy, like lean, healthy adolescents, we use our Caliper program. I mentioned, I think to many of you that, and yesterday briefly at the one of the presentations, I mentioned the caliper study. This caliper study has been recruiting thousands of children, and it's actually developed a database of reference ranges. Now, we use the caliper cohort as our healthy controls, okay? But we selected about 15 healthy adolescents who were age-matched with the obese subjects, and they were between 10 and 18 years of age, okay? Males and females. Now, caliper, I don't want to spend time on it because it's not, this presentation is not on caliper. But those who are interested can go to the database, caliperdatabase.org, and read more about the caliper. But it's actually being widely used now. The caliper database is being used in many parts of the country. So this map shows you all of the countries that are using the caliper database. It's become a major resource for children's hospitals. So children's hospitals really can benefit from this caliper database of reference ranges. But anyways, the caliper was used more as a way of providing controls to our obesity studies. So this is just more about caliper. I'm going to pass this and get to the study that I mentioned. So we bring these children into the hospital. These are either healthy or obese subjects, bring to the hospital and ask them to fast, and we do a number of measurements. You see this here. This is actually Victoria, my PhD student here, doing the analysis. So we basically collect samples, and then the obese subjects are sort of subject to many measurements. So we do anthropometric measurements and blood pressure measurements, so both lean adolescents and obese adolescents. And we do this thing called oral fat tolerance. Instead of oral glucose tolerance, we do also glucose tolerance, but we do this also fat tolerance test where we bring them overnight fast. We do some measurements. We collect a sample at fasting. Then we give them a high-fat drink, 50 grams of fat in the meal, and then we collect samples throughout the day. So they are in the hospital for the entire day in a research unit, and then we collect samples. So this is the high-fat drink, and this is actually the composition of the high-fat drink. 50 grams of fat, some carbohydrate and protein, and this is actually based on several studies. It was designed, this particular diet, this fat drink, is like a milkshake that's actually easy to drink for them. This is the cohort characteristics. So 15 normal weight, lean, caliper children. Then we had 20 obese children with mild insulin resistance, MIR, mild insulin resistance. And then these are the children with more severe insulin resistance, obesity and insulin resistance. And these are the various profiles. But look at they were matched in terms of sex and age. And then BMI, of course, these subjects have obesity based on CDC guidelines. We use CDC classification of obesity. And then we look at the ALT, for example, which is a marker of what? ALT marker of fatty liver. You can see that it's higher in the obese subjects, much higher in the obese and insulin resistant. Look at C-reactive protein and so on. Actually, I should go back and show you adiponectin. Adiponectin is a good marker of insulin sensitivity, and they had much lower adiponectin. So the lower, that means the higher the resistance to insulin. Anyways, you can see they were not. They had high insulin, the obese subjects, but they were not diabetic. The A1C was normal. So I just wanted to show you the A1C was normal in these subjects. So then we do all sorts of analysis, and we used NMR, actually, the NMR that was mentioned, to look at a large number of lipids. This is just looking at the triglyceride. You can see these are the, unfortunately this pointer doesn't work very well, but you can see this is the healthy subject, you see. These are healthy, lean individuals, and these are the triglyceride levels at fasting and at different times after the meal, the fat meal. What we call is postprandial levels. You can see when children are obese and insulin resistant, they have much greater triglyceride excursion after a meal, much higher levels. And this was true if we look at this thing called triglyceride-rich lipoprotein fraction, the same pattern. Also, if we look at very low to low triglyceride-rich fraction, we looked at many different forms of lipids and lipoprotein in these subjects. Thank you. This is better. So we looked at many different measurements, and the result was the same. The obese children have much greater levels of triglyceride, and postprandially as well. We also looked at proteins like apolipoprotein B48, which is a marker of chylomicron. Again, you can see much greater postprandial levels. Even fasting level was higher. This is fasting. These are postprandial levels. Postprandial meaning after the fat drink, okay? We looked at all sorts of, both using lipid measurements, but also NMR profiling, like metabolomic profiling. We looked at multiple different forms of lipids and lipoproteins in these children. And basically, they all have significantly elevated excursion of TRL, means triglyceride-rich lipoproteins. So triglyceride-rich lipoproteins were significantly abnormal. These are just additional measurements, but because of time, I'm going to move on. But I'll just summarize for you. Based on NMR analysis, the children with obesity had higher LDL particle number. They had lower HDL. We could actually, using NMR, be able to also look at size of the particle, not just the amount of cholesterol, but also size of the particle. We could see that there was increased number of particles, but reduced size of HDL particles, increased triglyceride concentration, which I already showed, increased ApoB48. ApoB48 is a good marker. Why? Because one lipoprotein particle, like chylomicron, has one molecule of ApoB. So when you measure ApoB48, you're measuring the number of particles. Anyways, this showed that there was significantly different lipoprotein profile present in obese adolescents who were also insulin resistant. This is actually additional NMR analysis gave us all sorts of additional measurements, which I have listed here, but the details are in the paper. So what this suggests, and our previous speaker also mentioned, that using NMR, you can actually get a very rapid metabolomic picture, also a lipidomic picture of a sample. In this case, we use a small amount of only 50 microliters of serum to be able to obtain many results on many different particles. Not just a simple total cholesterol and HDL and LDL cholesterol, which is the usual measurement in the routine lab. With NMR, you can get a much more comprehensive profile of lipoproteins in the serum, whether it's, in our case, it was children, but you can do this in adults, of course, as well. But we found many abnormalities. We also, as I mentioned, were interested in gut hormones, because gut hormones are really important to our health. So when we consume a meal, whether it's carbohydrate or fat, it actually induces production of these gut peptides. The one that's most interesting is GLP-1. So GLP-1 is actually glucagon-like peptide 1. This is a very important hormone because it regulates our insulin secretion. It also has many other roles, and it's been shown to be a very good drug target for treatment of diabetes. So if you inject GLP-1 into a diabetic, their blood sugar significantly goes down. So it's a very effective drug for treatment. Now, actually, recently it's been shown to also cause weight loss. So GLP-1 has three nice properties. It lowers your blood sugar. It actually lowers your blood triglycerides, so your lipid levels, but also causes weight loss. So it's now being regarded as not only an anti-diabetic molecule, it's also an important weight loss drug that's being marketed in the US. So anyway, we wanted to measure this in our adolescents with obesity and insulin resistance. We also looked at GLP-2. GLP-2, they're actually secreted together, and they are, this one has a different role. It's more of a growth factor for the intestine. So we measured both in these subjects. And what's interesting that we found that obese subjects actually who were insulin resistant had significantly lower level of GLP-1, particularly active GLP-1. So they are producing, even though they are eating the same amount of fat, 50 grams of fat, they're producing less GLP-1. That is not good because GLP-1 is a good guy. It actually helps with the metabolism. So when you secrete less GLP-1, that of course causes a greater dyslipidemia in these subjects. We also saw the same picture with GLP-2. The active form of GLP-2 was much lower in subjects in obese children who also had insulin resistance. So there was significant lowering of both hormones, GLP-1 and GLP-2. So we measured a number of other things, but to summarize is that we have shown blunted postprandial GLP-1, GLP-2 in response to a fat meal in adolescents, and postprandial response of GLPs inversely associated with adiposity, insulin-resistant dyslipidemia, but fasting total GLP-1s were, however, increased in the post-absorptive state. I mentioned because when we're doing metabolomics, you want to look at more than just lipids. So we also did metabolomics of bile acids. Now, with a collaborator in University of Victoria, we could look at over 73 different species of bile acids. Now, you might ask, why bile acids? Well, bile acids are very important molecules. As you know, bile acids are important in digestion of fat. It's a detergent that's used to digest fat. But many of these bile acids are leaked into the plasma. So you can take a plasma or serum sample and look at the profile of bile acids. And bile acids have been shown to be important in metabolism and be potentially involved in regulation of metabolism. So we looked at bile acids, many forms of bile acids. As I mentioned, more than 70 species could be profiled by mass spectrometry. This was based on mass spectrometry.
Sorry, Dr. Adili,
Yes.
you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, great. So total bile acids were profiled, but this, just looking at total, there was actually a reduction in total based on mass spectrometry, a reduction in total bile acids. So I'll go quickly here, but we looked at, as I mentioned, all dozens of bile acids. This particular group of bile acids, called non-12 alpha hydroxylated bile acids, appear to be particularly different between obese and lean subjects. So we think that this class of bile acids could be important in metabolism and the development of obesity in these subjects. So basically, we have profiled in the obese subjects, we have looked at lipids, which I've showed, so lipidomics. We have done bile acid metabolomics, looking at bile acid profiling. And then I mentioned we also have looked at gut peptides. And we show significant abnormality in all of these profiles. And there is also good correlation between changes in these profiles. But one of my other students actually recently, I don't have much time, but I just want to show you that we have also recently, this is unpublished data, looked at inflammatory profiling, inflammatory markers like cytokines. We have also done additional metabolomic profiling looking at amino acids and some other molecules using mass spectrometry. So so using metabolomic profiling was performed using mass spectrometry in a collaboration with this center called TMIC in Alberta. And basically maybe I'll go, because of time, just quickly through the data showing you that we found significant evidence of inflammation with significant increases in IL-6. So we profiled different inflammatory markers, cytokines. And interleukin-6 look at how much higher, especially in the obese insulin-resistant group compared to the healthy lean children. We also saw some changes in IL-18 and TNF-alpha. Calprotectin, I don't know if you're familiar, there is a serum calprotectin. This is not a fecal calprotectin. This is serum calprotectin, is a good marker of inflammation. It was also significantly elevated in the obese subjects. NGAL we looked at was not changed significantly. Now, we also did, as I mentioned, metabolomic profiling, looking at amino acids. And there were certain amino acids that hugely differed from healthy children. Look at glutamic acid profiles were significantly elevated. So I don't have time, but there were some specific amino acids and some specific molecules in the metabolomic profile that were very different between the obese insulin-resistant subjects and the lean children. So I don't have time to show you the correlation, but we did this thing called using non-parametric Spearman rank correlation to look at correlation. I'm sure you have heard of heat maps, so where you can correlate different changes, changes between lipids, with bile acids, with amino acids, with cytokines and so on. This is actually a very useful way of looking at interaction between various. So whenever you do metabolomics, you should start looking at correlation between various metabolites. So this was done, but because of time, I'm going to just summarize for you. Summarize that we saw significant changes in a number of profiles, and there were significant correlation between these. For example, phospholipids, acylcarnitine, significant increase. That was associated with higher inflammation, higher lipids, higher triglyceride, and so on. There were significantly other number of other abnormalities. And many of these correlated with each other. So suggesting, of course, that this is a very complex, multifactorial condition that contributes to the increased risk of developing type 2 diabetes and developing potential cardiovascular disease. So I'll finish here by acknowledging my PhD fellow who did a lot of the work, Victoria Higgins, and another student, Siobhan Wilson, who has done the inflammation profiling and the recent metabolomic analysis. Many basic researchers, students in my lab, and funding sources and collaborators. We have, in this study, the NMR study was done at the NIH in Washington in collaboration with Professor Ramali in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adili, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to request the chair and co-chair of the session to summarize and conclude it. So, starting from Dr. Javed Jabbar, the co-chair of the session, to please summarize it.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Javed, and I'm very thankful to all of our participants, especially the guest speakers from international, from Italy and Toronto. This is a very informative and learning activity for us. Metabolomics and volatometabolomics are basically plays in a new role in our diagnostic features. So I would like to thank Dr. Ali, who is online. I think he is listening to us. So I request Dr. Ali, please give some comments about our activities, today's activities.
Are we connected with Dr. Ali?
Dr. Ali, are you listening to us? Yeah, please. Thank you very much for your informative presentation about the metabolomics. I would like to request you to please do some comments on our activity for regarding metabolomics.
Diagnostics and being used for the diagnosis of many conditions. So I think this is a very encouraging it's a very encouraging field for pushing the boundaries of diagnostics further. So, and I think that there's still a lot to come. We're going to see the different techniques that are going to get better and better, and this will allow us to actually use this for better healthcare for the patient. So.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. I request Dr. Seh to take the further.
Okay, so finally, I would like to request the chair of the session, Dr. Naila Kiani, to please conclude the session. Dr. Naila Kiani, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a very exciting session, and for me, the talks starting from volatomics, which included breath analysis, not only for cirrhosis, but diseases that include, which are difficult to deal with, interstitial lung disease and COVID, which we are just recovering from, although the reports from China are not very exciting. And then, of course, there was this therapeutic monitoring that you can do even oncology, like lung cancer and cervical cancers. Dr. Fox's talk was very interesting too, because things like he mentioned CERT1, which can cause, which can be used for risk stratification, and then there are the new availability of new markers for non-communicable diseases as well as cancer-related matters. And lastly, I think the talk by Dr. Adili was very fascinating. I had to kind of intervene, and in the interest of time, we are really running late. But I was absolutely amazing, and it was insulin resistant and diabetes, role of GLP-1 and lipids, etc. So I would, we won't be able to take any questions in the interest of time, but if there are any remarks which either Dr. Adili would like to make or Dr. Barduni would like to make, then we can, if there are any additional remarks, you are free to communicate with us. And but for the audience, if there are anything that you need to talk, you need to do it at break time, because we don't have enough time available at this moment.
Yeah, I think we had a great session, and you could see metabolomic applications already in the clinic. Both how you say it? Volatile. I can never say that word. And then looking at volatiles, I think it's actually fascinating story, and more likely to be, to be a major new diagnostic tool in the future. And then, of course, Dr. Fox really showed some of the newer applications of metabolomics in the clinic, and the fact that many of them are now approved as IVD tools already in Europe by the FDA and others. And then I showed, I think, how you can apply metabolomic in patient studies, looking at risk factors, in my case, obesity, type 2 diabetes, but this can be applied to cancer, this can be applied to many other conditions where you could look at, use metabolomics as potentially determining signatures of health. But I think what we need, and I mentioned that yesterday, we need to determine normal values or signatures of health, like in healthy individuals, and then start using these signatures to predict disease in various populations. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was all from my side, and now I would like to thank the esteemed guest speakers and respected chairs for dignifying the occasion. And now I would like to hand over the mic to Naya. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the speakers and Dr. Sahar. That was a very informative session. I would like to thank the esteemed chair, Dr. Professor Naila Kiani, for taking out the time and chairing the session. Now, may I please request Professor Raza Jafar to present a memento of appreciation to Dr. Naila. Please put your hands together. It's time for a quick coffee break now. Coffee is laid out in exhibition hall in the marquee, and I also request you to please collect your spectrum and a special issue of JPMA from the journal's desk below. We will resume at 11:40 sharp. Thank you.
What was missing was the final piece of the omics puzzle, that is, metabolomics. From a technology perspective, metabolomics has come along at precisely the right time. The two major technologies used to gather metabolomics data include mass spec and nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, and they both have reached fantastic heights of the data gathering capability. However, being from Pakistan, a developing country,
and as a professor of pathology at PNS Shifa, Karachi. Professor of Pathology, Associate Dean in Army Medical College, Rawalpindi. He is a supervisor and examiner of FCPS and MPhil training. He has more than 50 scientific publications in national and international journals to his credit. I will request Dr. Razak to kindly come forward to have a seat.
Thank you.
Now invite Professor Dr. Mohammad Amir to co-chair this session. Professor Mohammad Amir, working as a consultant chemical pathologist at Shifa International Hospital, Islamabad, served as a head of forensic toxicology at AFIP during his service in armed forces. He had been instrumental in developing novel methods of drugs and toxin detection and quantitation in reference toxicology lab of AFIP Rawalpindi. Over 70 national, international publications to his credit. His main area of interest including quality assurance and accreditation of medical labs. Currently, he is a Secretary, Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology. Dr. Amir, please join Dr. Razak. Come forward and have a seat. May I now request the chair for the permission to proceed further?
Sure.
Our first talk of the session will be by Dr. Adnan Zubairi, Director Clinical Laboratories Outreach, Indus Hospital and Health Network, Karachi, and Dr. Saptan Ahmad, Assistant Professor, Section of Chemical Pathology, Department of Pathology, Aga Khan University Hospital. They will talk on situation analysis of metabolomic in research.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. A very warm good morning. Me and Saptan would be talking about the perspective of mass spectrometry in clinical chemistry and for the benefits of mankind. Research, situation analysis, and way forward. Saptan, you please start with the proceeding. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. So, way back in September, when the scientific committee approached me and asked to talk on this topic, so I gave a long and hard thought about it. And very frankly, I decided to apologize. But at the very next moment, I came to know that Professor Adnan Zubairi will be standing right beside me on the stage. And you all know that he is a great source of inspiration and a mentor for not only me, but all the chemical pathologists in Pakistan. So I made up my mind, and it's a great honor, sir, to stand right beside you on the stage. Thank you. So coming back to the topic, I thought of a million ways how to go about it. And candidly speaking, unfortunately, I took the hardest way. So I decided to do a literature review. And when I did the literature review, the results were so shocking and so eye-opener for me that I couldn't sleep the entire night. The very next morning, the first thing I did, I went to office and I went straight to Dr. Imran Siddiqui's room. And most of my colleagues will second me that he is our man whenever we are in trouble. So I asked him, sir, please kindly have a look at my slides. So he just went through my slides, remained calm and composed, and I sensed a sort of satisfaction with his smile. And he told me, you are right. This is what it is. And you have to present the facts so that the gaps can be addressed and the opportunities can be picked for the long term, and in the near future, the horizon will be brighter for us. So today I'll be presenting the results of the literature review and will be inquiring Professor Adnan about his insight on how to go ahead with this in Pakistan. So we do not have any conflicts of interest to declare. as I just told, I will be briefly summarizing you about my literature review that I took. So I used PAC-Medinet, that is the gateway to Pakistan's medical literature. The reason behind using this search engine was that it uniquely combines its own search bar with the PubMed search. And most of the articles from Pakistan that are not indexed in PubMed, but they are of high quality and they are published in good journals of reputable journals of Pakistan, also comes up when you use this search engine. So I came across, I took a few keywords for me to help me along. Those were mass spec, metabolomics, and Pakistan. I included results from the authors based in Pakistan only. No date and time restrictions were applied. So I kept a very stringent exclusion criteria because my aim was to include those articles that were co-authored by chemical pathologists so that we can take a clear picture of what the things are actually like in Pakistan. So then I looked for articles authored by chemical pathologists, and I excluded review articles, abstracts only, case reports, case series, and frequency reports of the disorders from their respective institutes. So you can see I came across 1,167 papers in total, and I excluded 1,155 based on these stringent exclusion criteria, and I was left only with 12. So this, and I was in a dilemma whether to present or not, but Professor Imran Siddiqui's advice helped me to go ahead and present the actual facts. So I've included snapshots of those 12 papers. In the interest of time, I'll just skim through these so that you can have a look. Papers using mass spec, liquid chromatography mass spec for D analysis. Another paper using GCMS for organic acids. Another paper using LCMS for cannabis detection in hair samples. Paper again comparing LCMS-MS with immunoassay for vitamin D. Then another paper comparing the same methodology with with the immunoassay with the LCMS in drug-facilitated crimes. Paper from using GCMS for autism biomarkers. Paper for validation of trimethyltryptamine and its metabolites using LCMS-MS. Another paper, this was from our hematology colleagues. They used metabolomics for the leukemia biomarkers. Then one paper on pharmaceutics in water receiving untreated sewage in northwest Pakistan. Another paper utilizing LCMS-MS for tandem mass for cannabis. And a paper that was based on infrared spectroscopy, but it had the metabolome of the stone analysis. And also FTIR, a similar paper from the same institute. And these are the 12 papers that I came across that fulfill the my search criteria. But there are long gaps, but I won't call them as gaps. I would rather term them as opportunities. And as you all of must be aware that the most of the papers were only from two major institutes in the country, one in Punjab and one in Karachi. And there were no paper from a public sector institute. And these are the gaps that we need to look upon. I just mentioned all of these gaps that I came through. And also, one more point. Majority of the papers that I excluded, there were more than 1,000 papers that I excluded. None of them had a chemical pathologist on board. Those papers were from pharmaceuticals in Pakistan. Those papers were from biochemists. Those papers were from basic biological scientists. So we need to bridge the gap. Instead of working in silos, we need to be collaborating with them. Secondly, chemical pathologists authored papers that I excluded were only case reports, case series, and frequency reports of disorders from the respective institutes. So there is a real-time need for method evaluation, method development, and real-time exploratory studies, just like the developing world. So the opportunities that are lying with us are newborn screening, therapeutic drug monitoring, toxicology, heavy metal toxin, just to name a few. And these are the areas which can be explored in Pakistan. And from here, we can build on our own research in metabolomics. So the way forward, I would like Professor Adnan to give his expert opinion. How can we go from here?
In fact, Saptan is right that unfortunately in Pakistan, we could not do much of the work on metabolomics, and the reason being the unavailability of resources, equipment, and the fundings. So, and the guideline, some people who should guide that these are the areas where the projects can be done. So, as Saptan has said, that the past has gone. We have to think for the future. What we'll have to do is the way forward. We will have to formulate the working groups and task forces. We will have to collaborate with the International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and the working groups of metabolomics for IFCC to develop the projects and all that. In fact, one of the project working group on which we are working is IMD.net, PAC IMD.net. So we are working, but in a very less capacity, and it could be expanded. And there is a need for public-private partnership. Unfortunately, in public sector, there is not much of a instrumentation for it. If at all it is available, it is in the organic chemistry labs, where the approach for the chemical pathologist is very limited. Then there is need for the funding opportunities, and we are expecting that with the IFCC collaboration and with the collaboration of our industries, we can get some funding to develop some good projects on metabolomics. Next.
Thank you, sir. So this was all from us. So, and I would just like to add, from the funding perspective, a surprise is coming for you. So please stay with us till 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Dr. Adnan and Dr. Saptan, for an informative talk. I am sure that it's beneficial for everyone. Now may I call upon Honorable Dr. Aisha Habib Khan, who is a professor of chemical pathology at Aga Khan University Hospital, and Dr. Sheher Bano Imran, consultant chemical pathologist at OMI Hospital, Karachi, for their talk on situation analysis of metabolomic in clinical service. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. ये नहीं खुल रहा. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you, Salma, for inviting us. And me and Sherbano will perform the situation analysis on clinical services. And thank you, Saptan, for giving us a picture of situation analysis in Pakistan for research and the way forward. And so Saptan included literature which was published by chemical pathologists only. And so I was a bit inquisitive that, sorry, I did not introduce you. So I was a bit inquisitive that what are the other individuals or other groups or institutions that are doing research in or anything in metabolomics, because there were a large number of studies that were excluded. So I did some literature search to see that who are those individuals or groups. And I came across some very important and impactful research papers. And one of this is from Aga Khan University, where they have performed bile acid profiling in enteric dysfunction in children with enteric dysfunction. And this was Department of Pathology, Department of Pediatrics and BBS, from Aga Khan University, and they collaborated with Cincinnati, Ohio in US. So then there was another paper that I identified where there was the other group from same department at AKU was participating in Global Alliance to Prevent Prematurity and Stillbirth, and they collaborated with Stanford University. And then this paper, and this is again from Department of Biochemistry at Quaid-e-Azam University, which is a public sector university in Islamabad. And what they have done is that they performed non-targeted metabolomics in patients with muscular dystrophy. And here they have collaborated with University of North Carolina. And then, to my surprise, I identified this paper on metabolomics where patients presenting at Izzat Ali Shah University from Wah, Kent, they performed analysis of spectrum of inherited metabolic diseases, and the samples for this analysis were sent to Jordan. And then this paper on biochemical screening of intellectually disabled patients was performed at National Institute for Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering from Faisalabad, and they collaborated with Amsterdam University in Netherlands. And what they recommend that this paper and this work can be a stepping stone to initiate a newborn screening program in Pakistan. So with this preamble, so we now know that there are groups. It's not totally, that nobody is working. There are several groups, and as Siptan pointed out, that maybe silo and the chemical pathologists are not being asked to come into collaboration, and maybe we need to look into these groups. So I'll give now to Sherbanu to present the research findings.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for giving us such an enlightening talk. Let's move further. Yeah. Sorry, that's your slide. You want to talk about it?
Okay, I will. So I think it is very important that we have diversity of people perspective and bring inclusivity. And in having diversity and inclusion will have a powerful voice and is very important to bring a change in organizational culture. And if we have diversity and inclusivity, then we, as chemical pathologists, be able to engage in public policy and can impact practices.
So let's start from here. We actually want to know about the ground realities of this metabolomics practical implementation in Pakistan. And for that, we conducted a survey and we distributed that survey. It is a questionnaire-based survey that was distributed among all the chemical pathologist fraternity via WhatsApp group. Out of total, we have received 44 responses, and they are from 10 different cities, and 17 labs are responded to that survey. Here you can see the majority of them were from Karachi, which is again a larger city of Pakistan with over 200 million population. And then further, you can see it's the KPK and Punjab province, the other two. What's next now? Sorry. So the questions that we have asked in the questionnaire were listed below, and one of them was that, have you received any formal training on metabolomics? Out of total, only 11 said yes. And the next was how many years experience do you have? Here you can see only 3 of them were having less than 1 year of experience, more than 1 year of experience. Here the question we have asked about the areas of sciences you are applying metabolomics, and here you can see that majority of them are applying for the field of IMDs. And these are the institute listed here. Those are, sorry, it's not working, yeah. These are the institute that are applying the metabolomics and, yeah, thank you. That are applying metabolomics in Pakistan. There are AFIP, AKU, Khyber Medical, Bolan Medical, and Shifa International Medical. And majority of them are using for IMDs. After that, TDM and toxicology. So the other question was related to technology and instrument they are having in their laboratories, and again results are here that majority of them were using LCMS and GCMS. And then the question was, what areas of sciences are you currently applying? Sorry, ये तो हो गया. It's next. So what type of bioinformatics are you currently performing? And they are actually performing on commercially based, they are using commercially available data analysis. I missed one? Yeah, that was another question, that what type of bioinformatics are you currently performing? And majority of them said they are using it for metabolite identification. This I have discussed. So this was the question about the biggest challenges they have faced when bringing metabolomics in your laboratory. Here the results are very surprising. Living in a developing country or even in a developed country, we always thought that for the initiation of any project, the major hurdle is the cost and the funding. But here you can see the majority of them are voted for the lack of awareness. So the first thing is again, we need to give the awareness and the training, and then we can talk about the cost and the funding. So these results are very surprising for us. So over to you, Dr. Aisha, please continue. Thank you.
So in this situation, what should be the way forward? So, and we propose that while Siptan has already highlighted two areas, TDM and toxicology, and IMDs as an area where we should be focusing on research, what we propose that we should focus on developing service speciality in 5 areas of metabolic medicines, which are already included in the curriculum of metabolic medicine. And these 5 areas include disorders of nutrition, inherited metabolic diseases, disorders of calcium metabolism and bone, dyslipidemias, and cardiovascular risk assessment, diabetes mellitus. And then therapeutic drug monitoring and toxicology, since we have resources, interest, and institutions who are already conducting. So all these areas can be given priority to develop service initiatives. we move to the secondary hospitals, which are 4 in number. 3 are in Karachi and 1 is in Hyderabad. And now there's a lot of work which is going on to expand the testing menu and optimization of assay. And from the very beginning that we've participated in external proficiency testing for the high-risk patients as well as in the CDC. And there is an oversight by the Newborn Screening Advocacy Committee. So we realized that diversity of engagement for advocacy is very strongly needed in newborn screening and to ensure access and equity for all. And if we do not hear from these voices, then true representation of the needs of the patient community will not be able to achieve. So we held this conference on newborn screening for rare disorders, where we engage all the important stakeholders, including hematologists, endocrinologists, metabolic physicians, both from public and private sector, and what we were able to achieve there on consensus on conditions to be screened. And then there was launch of PARC IMD-Net, and you already know, and now there's a newsletter also in your bags. So this PARC IMD-Net is now has its presence in 5 cities and in 11 institutes across Pakistan. And there's a lot of efforts have been in play in developing capacity building through education and training. So we did not stop here, and we realized that collective intelligence can have a multiplier effect in bringing an impact on health policy. So we again reconvene to break down silos and bringing synergies to reframe rare in Pakistan. And from there, we know that for Pakistani families who are affected by IMDs, there is paucity of appropriate health services and support groups. And it is very difficult to find and access information. And practically, there are no opportunities to interact with other families who are affected by IMDs. And there is no information on educational activities for families, teachers, and the community. So all of it is there's no coordination and integrations, and families who are affected are often isolated, stigmatized, and stressed both emotionally and financially. So we launched this support group through funding by Society of Study of Inborn Errors of Metabolism, Ek Saath, meaning together with patients with IMDs. And this is one of the PARC IMD-Net strategic efforts to promote education for awareness and to integrate available resources. And in addition, it also aims to increase the representative diversity of patients' voices in programs and events. So, and at all point in time, we have been documenting whatever has been happened in several platforms, including IFCC newsletter and recommendations and reports, and in the newsletter, in the newspaper. And then we also published evidence sharing on conditions to be included in newborn screening program. And from here, we are heading towards identifying existing barriers and creating proposals for barrier reduction. And at the same time, we are trying to identify and create opportunities for our people, establishing relationship with community partners to identify barriers to participation in advocacy and medical research. So literature from Pakistan definitely shows many gaps, and in the interest of time, I would just say that investigations of IMDs demand extensive lab support, expertise in analysis, skills in knowledge in reviewing chromatograms, and liaison with clinicians. But no one individual or one institute will be able to, do all the working. And it is very important that diagnostic facility should be there with the clinical facility to have, and patients should have access to treatment and follow-up, and outcomes should always be measured. But the challenge of rarity is that the patients are rare, the expertise are rare, and most of the assays are laboratory-developed assays. So how we should combat this? it is very important to create partnerships and synergies. Because we know that in all these areas of metabolic medicines, process, content, and data must mesh to drive operational improvement. And using collective intelligence and power of togetherness, we can bring this change, an impact on national health policy, and we can increase national and provincial coordination and develop provincial health plans. So one of the way forward that I propose is to create multi-center laboratory consortium. And this will help in driving public health policies and improve care, and in establishing the center of excellence for patients. So I would like to, just recall and reflect upon the evolution of chemical pathology in Pakistan that you see in this slide. So it's chemical pathology, among all other disciplines, is a relatively younger specialty. AFIP, which we all say which we all consider, in fact, as our parent institute, and before 1996, AFIP was the only institute in Pakistan who trained chemical pathologists. And it was in 1996 that Aga Khan University was recognized as was registered with College of Physicians. So a PSCP was envisioned in 2003, and it was at the same year that it was registered. And within a year, we became affiliated with Asia Pacific Federation of Clinical Biochemistry and with IFCC. And there has been in this area a lot of educational activities, seminars, symposium, books. Many people have contributed, and it has progressed so far. And there has been an increase in participation and affiliation in IFCC-related activities as well. So when we started in 2003, there were a total of 51 members, and the full members were only 39. Now we are more than 290 members, and the institutions which are registered across Pakistan is 31, and that is very important. That we are now a community of practice. So the ChemGems. So we all together can bring a boost or progress to the area. And if we have already identified low-hanging fruits, and we need to work together. Over to you, sir.
So it's just, I'm closing it fastly. It's better to light a candle than to create the darkness. We have some time for to ending it. So as everybody discussed, we need a teamwork to move further, and we need to support each other. And once we have, if the small acts when multiplied by a million of people, they can transform the world. So the major things that we should focus on is the major need for the groups to work in collaboration, then complementing each other's capability. That's very important. Then we should provide training of the human resource and developing joint projects. And then the most important is then the most challenging is the integration of these groups into the large transnational network of reference centers. That is a challenge that we think we'll have in our coming years.
So here is a video clip, and to show the journey. And we know that every voice matters, and when these voices they will come together, they can make a ripple of oceans, and that is very important. Kuldo?
Thank you, Dr. Aisha and Dr. Sherbano, for enlightening talk. For the last talk of this session, I will request Honorable Dr. Amir Ijaz, Professor of Chemical Pathology at Muhyiddin Islamic Medical College, Mirpur Azad, Jammu Kashmir, and Dr. Afsa Majid, Assistant Professor of Chemical Pathology at Aga Khan University Hospital, to kindly come enlighten the audience with their informative talk on situation analysis of metabolomic in education.
Thank you very much. Most of the things they have covered and covered very nicely, all the four speakers before us. We will be taking, of course, shorter time than allotted to us. We will try to be brief. And our task is to give some overview of the education. What is the educational aspects of metabolomics in Pakistan? So mainly it is related to the education. No conflict of interest. Areas of metabolomics which are covered in Pakistan mainly comprise two. One is the inherited metabolic disorders or IMDs and toxicology. First, I will start with the IMDs. We started IMD lab, the lab which had two basic instruments, triple cord and the amino acid analyzer at AFIP in 2016. And then at the same time, we had the first seminar of pediatric metabolic disorders at AFIP. Dr. Aisha was referring to this institute. It is Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, and this is our alma mater, and most of the pathologists in Army and as well as in civil, they are trained from this institute. So we had the honor of doing the first seminar under the auspices of PSCP. And in the same year, we wrote a book on IMDs, inherited metabolic disorders. In fact, it was a very small guidelines for the pediatricians, and astonishingly, the book became very popular in pediatricians. I received a lot of telephones, their questions, what to do with this patient. And because these biochemical networks, you know, they are very complicated, and our clinicians sometimes forget what exactly this test means. So and I was very happy to answer their question. So these were, Brigadier Amir is sitting here. He was my, he's chair today. He was my colleague at AFIP and Dr. Aisha. And in the background, you can see our lab where we used to do the amino acid analysis and some organic acids. And now this lab is being run by Dr. Zujaja, who is also present here, and many of our team members. Then coming to the toxicology, we established a toxicology lab at AFIP, and this was a neat work because, and let me tell you the real reason of why we established this toxicology lab, because we were right in the undergoing war on terrorism. So during war on terrorism, we needed to do the toxicological analysis. So instead of sending samples somewhere else, we established this lab, and this lab is still working, and rather it has progressed a lot. So we did educational activities at the sideline. First workshop we conducted in November 2012 as part of the first joint pathology. Like this, there was a joint conference. This was the first joint conference in November 2012 at AFIP, and one of the workshops was on the toxicology. If you people remember, probably Amir was also here. And several education activities then continued. We had a collaboration with the US, which is University of Veterinary Sciences, and we conducted activities with them also. So this was the toxicology workshop later on in 2014, and we had a collaboration with forensic scientists from United States, California, Mr. Javed Ahmed. He visited us and it gave an excellent enlightening talks. on toxicology. Then in the same hotel, about 3 months ago, in June this year, I was invited to talk on any topic of my choice in chemical pathology. And I chose this topic, the metabolomics, the future of chemical pathology. And this was probably my first talk on the perspective of metabolomics. So this was one of my slides. The genomics can tell what could happen, and transcriptomics can tell what appears to be happening, and the proteomics can tell what makes it happen, and metabolomics can tell what actually has happened. At that time, I didn't have the knowledge of voltomics. So this is a very exciting field, new to me. Now, please hand it over to Hafsa.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to present along with you. Dr. Amir is actually teacher of teachers. He's also my teacher. So this is just a continuation of the survey which Dr. Sher Bano just presented. It was a survey done to assess the availability of resources, the training which the chemical pathologists across Pakistan have received, and what they think are the needs for capacity building of pathologists across Pakistan in the area of metabolomics. So this table here shows the knowledge of chemical pathologists regarding the metabolomics. So from your right, first two columns show the incorrect answers, and third and fourth columns show the right answers. As you can see, only two questions were answered correctly by more than 50% of the respondents, while rest of the four were responded correctly by less than 50% of the participants. So there was a gap. When asked about the training received by these respondents, as you can see, only 7 responded that they have received some kind of training in the area of metabolomics. But when asked what was that training, a course, BGL attachment for some time, online courses, or short training courses. So there was no formal education of any pathologist from Pakistan in this area. So our next question was, do they feel if there is need for developing metabolomics related educational interventions? So majority responded, yes, there is need. And when asked which area to focus, they responded that targeted analysis along with chromatographic interpretation and metabolite identification is the main area they want to get trained in. When further asked in which area they'll be utilizing these technologies, they responded therapeutic drug monitoring and inherited metabolic disorders. And the mode of the mechanism of training that they want to be delivered was hands-on workshops as well as face-to-face trainings. And when asked how can PSCP as a society contribute to their capacity building, majority responded that they needed educational interventions like training courses, workshops, CME programs, and availability of different online resources through PSCP. So using this need assessment surveys data, we developed a project, applied for a grant. We got a grant from SOTL, a Scholarship of Teaching and Learning Network from Khan University, to support this educational intervention, which was to develop biochemical genetics curriculum for the chemical pathology postgraduate trainees. We formed an advisory group, including myself, Dr. Amir Ijaz, my mentor, Dr. Aisha Habib, and Dr. Leena Jaffrey. So this advisory board then further identified persons from Pakistan who have expertise of BGL or are working in the education of pathology. So those persons from to bring the inclusivity as well as diversity, we included participants in the editorial team from all across Pakistan, from all the major academic centers who were offering chemical pathology training. So these were the participants who then developed the chemical pathology curriculum for the biochemical genetics. So first we did a need assessment survey, which objectives are to be included, which kind of assessment should be done. So when asked about the need for curriculum, majority responded that there is a need, and in the current undergraduate training, it's not sufficiently covered, as well as postgraduate training, it's not sufficiently covered. And there is a need to develop curriculum for postgraduate trainees to improve this, to improve their knowledge of the biochemical genetics. And when asked how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the current state of the IMD education and training available to pathology and postgraduate trainees, so majority were dissatisfied. So when asked about how to improve this education and training, the main thing they responded was to include the objectives related to the biochemical genetics in the existing curriculum of the chemical pathology and facilitate the hands-on either attachments or observerships in this area. When asked about the training, year of training or placement of training, when it should be done, they responded that senior trainees, either year 3 or year 4, they should be sent for this training. And this shows the duration of training. The respondents, they responded that at least 3 weeks to 3 months training should be provided. The participants of the editorial team, they agreed on 6 objectives to be included in the chemical pathology existing curriculum. The methods of assessment were decided upon by the advisory group and the editorial team members. We conducted 3 workshops through which we developed this biochemical genetics curriculum, and then through a Delphi, we'll be doing the voting using the votes of, we'll be including all the educationists working in the area of chemical pathologists in this study. So way forward is, for individual capacity building, we will be developing hands-on exercises, CME courses, and implement this curriculum which we just developed in the postgraduate training of chemical pathology across Pakistan. We will add a short interactive workshop. Our next plan is to add a short interactive workshop in the CPSP curriculum for the PG trainees and start the mentorship of junior pathologists and peer learning.
For organizational capacity, we need to develop public-private industry partnership, and this conference is a very important step in that. And we will be like to forge our partnership with other institutes, breaking the silos, we say it. And this networking will be, inshallah, further strengthened. And technological innovations will be shared with each other. And I would like to mention here with an NGO which is doing a wonderful job by the name of ZB Foundation in Islamabad, who are offering free of cost newborn screening. And then we need to do the systemic capacity building, assessing drives, learning, add more questions related to the biochemical genetics, and lobbying to facilitate the rotations at BGLs, and raising awareness. Because what the first sentence says, assessment derives learning. If we add this in the assessment module, automatically students will try to learn it. Thank you very much.
So we lead you with the collaboration principle. Coming together is a beginning, and keeping together is progress. Working together is a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amir and Dr. Hafsa, for illuminating talk. For the paucity of time, we are not taking any question. If you have any question, you can ask them personally at lunchtime. Now I will request chair or co-chair to conclude the session and summarize the session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Much has been said about this issue on metabolomics, so I'll not take much of your time, and we are already getting late. So in this session, we, Dr. Adnan Zubairi, Dr. Siptan, Dr. Aisha Habib, and Dr. Sheher Bano, and Dr. Amir Ijaz, and Dr. Hafsa Majid, they presented, and they talked about the perspective situation in Pakistan regarding the analysis of metabolomics in research, then in clinical service situation, and then the metabolomics, the educational perspective. So what was emphasized that there is a gap and there is lack of training. All of the speakers, they emphasized on the points. There was a survey and there was a search in literature, and they proved that we lack the training, we lack the clinical perspective, and we should start with what the collaboration process, collaboration at the national level with various institutes, and definitely the international collaboration like IFCC. We should collaborate with them, and we should start our training, and there should be a start. Now, at the end, I would say that I used to see a series on television, which was, and you also have seen that, the Star Trek, The Next Generation. So it always starts with the notion that space, the final frontier. That is what the start of every episode. Space, the final frontier. So I can modify these facts. The metabolomics, the final frontier. Thank you.
A few words from my side. In this part of the conference, we had a situation analyzed for metabolomics from three perspectives. That is research, the clinical services which are present at hand in Pakistan, and the status of education when it comes to metabolomics. So, as General Raza Jafar has already pointed out the main features, my 2 pence would be, is if we can achieve diversity while in this journey, inclusion, as you have rightly mentioned, and equity, that would be a fantastic thing to do. The message, since I've worked in the toxicology, metabolomics, my advice is that this is a very high-end testing as far as our country is concerned. We are bogged down many times with simple problems which we find hard to address because of the financial constraints. So this is a resource-constrained society that we live in. Resorting to exotic techniques like GCMS, LCMS, HPLC, atomic absorption, FTIR, and NMR. Not all the institutions can afford these instruments. So we fail on the first count, that is finding the feasibility. And even if we say that we have the feasibility to develop a program, to develop a facility, the next big question is sustainability, whether we are able to sustain the facilities or not. And in this journey, I think all the three presentations that we have heard today, they have pointed out of educating people and bringing people together with diversity and collaborating with each other. In fact, when I was working at the toxicology department, I realized that since I didn't have any formal training in toxicology, and I had to develop myself, I had to learn all these things myself. So I'm convinced at that time and still now that the way forward for all of us together is to collaborate, because there is no shortcut to collective intelligence. So I think on this count, this portion of the conference highlighted all the three features very rightly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Finally, I would like to call Nayab to take over and proceed with the session.
Thank you, Dr. Salma, Chair and the Co-Chair and all the speakers. Now it's time for an exciting and energizing powwow panel discussion by Dr. Aisha Habib Khan. May I please invite her on the stage? I would like to ask Dr. Aisha, what exactly is powwow? I'm sure not many of us know about it.
So thank you, Nayab. And so basically, powwow is an informal discussion meeting or a conference between colleagues or friends. So it's an informal discussion. But what actually in American Indian culture, that they used to celebrate by singing, dancing, and they used to honor, in the honor of their ancestors, and bring together different tribes. And nowadays, powwow is included in many educational institutions in US to teach the young people and to create the people of tomorrow. So we've been sitting here for quite some time now, since morning, and so we really thought that maybe we should have some sort of energizing activity. And while I will call upon the panelists, so they can, so we have given them pom-pom, and they can come raising and doing some activity, whatever they decide to do. I've shared with them a video as an example of a powwow activity. And so I would like to invite, first I would like to invite Dr. Nadeemullah. Dr. Nadeemullah is Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine and Consultant Toxicologist with postdoc training from Johns Hopkins. And he's been working at Aga Khan University, and his research interest is also with toxicology. So, Dr. Nadeem, and while the audience can clap. Aage aao na, come forward. Maybe you all energize and synchronize with the young lot who is standing at the back. Why don't you all come forward? Next, I would like to invite Brigadier Retired Muhammad Amir. And Dr. Amir is, you already know, I think, him very well. And Dr. Amir is now currently working as consultant chemical pathologist. Actually, in the morning, I wrote the whole document for the introduction and did not save it. So, so now it's better because I will be calling people on my background memory. So Dr. Amir had been at the section of head of chemical pathology at AFIP. And nowadays he's working at Shifa International University. And he has been instrumental in developing novel methods of drugs and toxins detection and quantitation in reference toxicology lab of AFIP Rawalpindi. Next, I'm going to invite Dr. Javed Jabbar. Dr. Javed is known to all of us. He's consultant chemical pathologist and currently heading Tabba laboratory at Tabba Heart Institute, a subspecialty center. And Dr. Jabbar is head of patient safety and quality as well at Tabba Heart Institute, Karachi. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sadia Fatma. Dr. Sadia is Associate Professor in the Department of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, Aga Khan University. Her research focuses on identifying the causes of metabolic syndrome and its consequences on cardiovascular, endocrine, reproductive, and feto-maternal health. She has also training on human genetics and genomics from NIH and a certificate course on medical genetics and genomics. Then our next panelist is Dr. Zujaja Haroon. Dr. Zujaja Haroon is head of Dr. Zujaja is head Department of Molecular Diagnostic at Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, Rawalpindi. And she is currently linking conventional diagnostic approach in endocrine and metabolic disorders to therapeutic drug monitoring and IMDs with molecular diagnostics. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Farooq Ghani. Dr. Farooq Ghani is Associate Professor and Director, College of America, Director, College of American Pathologists at Aga Khan University Clinical Laboratories. And he played an instrumental role in establishing the Biochemical Genetics Lab at Clinical Chemistry at AKU. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Amir Ijaz. Dr. Amir Ijaz is very well known to all of us and needs no introduction. So we have his skills. Now, last but not the least, our international speakers, Dr. Khosrow Ayadili, and he also needs no introduction by now. All of you have. Dr. Sergio Bernardi, he also doesn't need any introduction now. He's the Chair, Emerging Technologies Division Executive Committee. So, Mateen, can I also have a chair? And this mic is not working. Can you bring more mics? So the structure of, I think, the panel. Is it now? So I think what we plan to do is that I will be having some opening questions from the local expertise, and we'll be looking forward to Dr. Khosrow and Dr. Sergio for solutions to the issues that they will raise. Obviously, they will be raising, I'm sure, many issues and challenges. And then in the end, we will take questions from the audience. So I'll start with you, Dr. Nadeem. And you are, I think, the only clinical toxicologist in Pakistan.
Yes.
You're a trained toxicologist. So would you like to tell us about the challenges that you came across when you returned to Pakistan after your training?
Okay, so I got trained in US, and in US most of the toxicology is drug related, so medicinal drugs overuse and then some illegal drug abuse. But in Pakistan it's a completely different pathology. It's more pesticides, more hazardous chemicals, household chemicals. So I've been diagnosing them clinically without any facilities of labs. And at times, if lab is available, the results came after days, so I'm unable to make a decision based on laboratory only. So that was one of the challenges I faced as a clinical toxicologist, that it's a completely different pathology in Pakistan, and we have to develop testing, analytical toxicology testing according to our own need, in which we have our own chemicals. And then also, I'm also seeing, although I work in emergency medicine, but I get consults from medicine, ICU, other specialties, also pediatrics. And we have been seeing environmental poisoning also, like lead. So lead is available in laboratory, most of the laboratories. But then arsenic, mercury is another challenge. I think these are also top 3 environmental chemicals that Pakistan is also facing, and I think we should have some biomarkers and labs available for these.
Dr. Amir, would you like to comment? Because Dr. Amir established this TDM and toxicology program at AFIP. And so what were your challenges, and how did you dealt with it?
When I started off with the forensic toxicology, the biggest challenge that I came across was that the word forensic. You know, the word forensic means court of law. So when you are working as a forensic scientist in the lab, you need to have appropriate qualification and experience in order to accomplish your job. But since I was in uniform, the Army provided me the immunity, and they said go ahead with it and develop this whole lab. And I was fortunate that we had Brigadier Dilshad with us, who was a trained toxicologist from US. So I had an overlap of about 2 years with him. And with him, I was able to develop and set the lab of toxicology services. And we were able to do toxins and particularly drugs of abuse. And with the passage of time, I realized that our main focus has been the drug of abuse. Most of the requests that we were getting, the samples that we were getting were from the drug of abuse. So my interest developed in the drug of abuse analysis. And worldwide, particularly drug of abuse, we use two methodologies. One is immunoassay, which is meant for screening, and a positive result on immunoassay is a presumptive test. So you got to take it to the next level, which is a GCMS or an LCMS, because of its high specificity. As far as GCMS was concerned, it had a limited number of parameters that could be done at one time. And of course, it had a problem of converting the sample, which in the biological cases is usually urine or blood. So we had to add another step of derivatization in order to take our samples to GC. So I developed the methods of drugs on LCMS because it was more in harmony with the type of samples that we were getting. And the other challenge that when we were developing these methods was the sample extraction. Now extraction is a critical step before you analyze the sample on an LCMS. It has to be absolutely purified and it has to pass through a number of steps. So since it was a targeted metabolomics, we could get different information regarding different aspects of how to get the sample, how to get the NLE of interest out of the sample, and then run it on the LCMS. So I want to tell you that the extraction process is very tedious, requires some kind of skill, and takes about more than 2 hours on the extraction process itself, unless and until you have automation in that field. On the analysis, it takes about 10 minutes. So analysis is no problem. The specificity is absolutely fantastic. And the method, unlike immunoassay, is a physical method. So in immunoassays, you are actually bogged down by the number of false positives. I conducted a study amongst the young people in the army, cadets who are going for their military training and the young officers, because the drug of abuse, you'll be surprised, this is most common among young people, teenagers. The average age is from 11 years to 23, 25 years. So it's not likely that people at my stage would start a drug. So drug testing is basically more related to the young people. So while we were doing this, we came across a number of problems because of the immunoassays. They had in fact very good sensitivity and specificity. But one point that I would like to highlight is that once you are doing toxicology services, you are actually playing with fire. So a test on an immunoassay, which is positive, must be considered as presumptive. It must be confirmed through a definitive technology like LCMS. So this was one of the biggest challenges that I came across.
So did you make an effort to translate the development that you have made at your institution into clinical service? And what are the challenges, like we can ask Dr. Nadeemullah also, that did you ever try to approach the available services that were there in the country? Yes.
The challenge is, once we receive a clinical sample, particularly from an ICU, because we have patients who are brought in an unconscious state. I remember we received a call from the emergency department. There was a 17-year-old girl who was brought unconscious, and the poor soul survived for about 45 minutes or so. They were barely enough to get her samples, and then she died. And when the sample came, I saw the request, it was written barbiturates and benzodiazepines. And both were negative on screening. So I didn't stop. I said, let's take it to the next level, which is the LCMS. Because immunoassays are limited by their menu. And you do across not only come across not only false positive but also false negative, just because the menu of the immunoassay doesn't contain the drug or the analyte of your choice. So the option that you have is to take the drug on the LCMS. Once, even if the clinical suspicion is high, and you find an immunoassay screen as negative. So what, to my horror, I discovered that it was tricyclic antidepressant poisoning, and the level was extremely high. I mean, it was 1,000 nanomoles or nanograms per ml was the toxic level, and the girl had a level of 1,700 nanograms per ml. So I reassured the patient, the girl's father, that look here, nothing could have been done in this case because her values were way high above the toxic level. So,
but are these services available to the general masses, or is there an access to these services?
actually, immunoassays, yes, the services can be available. And in a clinical setup, they can be of some help because... Yes, AFIP, we do have the services. We have the facility to screen, and we have the facility to confirm. More than 53 drugs that we developed. And the biggest advantage for me was that I was spending a lot of money on the immunoassays. So when I took the sample on the LCMS, the running cost is very low. So in Pakistan, if you are endeavoring to start an LCMS or a GCMS, the downside is the upfront cost of the equipment. Once you overcome that and you have that equipment like we did have in at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, the running cost is very low. You buy the reagents once a year, and then the testing is almost free. So that is the positive side.
Yeah, I have been facing this testing issue because most of the testings are not available when you need it at the time of treatment of patient when they present in emergency. So how I sorted it out, we have this PCSIR lab, and they do most of the toxicological testing for us, but the limitation is that they have office hours. So I only can get it done if the office is open. And then it's a long process also. The time-sensitive treatment cannot be given. For acetaminophen, the drug should be tested within 4 hours, so I have to give the treatment based on that 4-hour testing. So I'm limited because of this logistic issue. We have to send the sample to a different lab. And then we are developing this chemical pathology feasibility with our AQU lab also. And I hope in future we'll be successful in developing this.
Yeah. So this program is, and now I know Lina has and Hafsa has developed it, and now it's approved. But then bringing it to service at all point in time is a challenge. And I think the point here is that the clinical labs have to be functioning for such services on a stat basis as well. So maybe, these are some of the challenges, and we continue to hope that more institutions will be coming forward and more clinical labs. Yes. So now my
risk stratification and also the preventive medicine. So the preventive medicine we are doing, like, nowadays one project is in pipeline for risk stratification, which is for the persons who are young, like they don't have any cardiovascular event in the past, and they are not non-diabetic. So these are we are considering in our risk stratification study.
So what about metabolomics and
yeah.
In the earlier lecture there was
Exactly.
mentioning of markers for
now in last 1 year I got some queries from the cardiologists that they are willing to find out the problem is that some statins are working fine in some group and the some statins are not. So they said that there is some thing is we have to find out why the statin is not useful for all the patients. So yeah, you're right. Basically, the metabolomics is playing a important role to find out in risk stratification and also the preventive medicine and precise medicine for the specific for individual patient.
So do you think that you are motivated enough by today's session that you will be developing a feasible plan?
Definitely. I appreciate Dr. Khosro's presentation that the VAST-D and the IR, the insulin resistance, he make a very good association with the patient who are obese and having a severe IR. They have a inflammatory marker, rise inflammatory marker. And definitely we are going to adopt this for our adolescent group rather than for targeting the group which are over 40 to 50. So definitely it's useful.
So Dr. Khosro, in this context, like the study that you showed in the morning, we do not have any such work in Pakistan. And so are there possibilities of duplicating it with the same, maybe, including and assessing what is the situation here?
Yeah, certainly. I think we could try to collaborate. I'd be happy to share any of the information we have and the methods we use, the NMR and the mass spectrometer methods that we're using to do lipidomics and metabolomics in these children. But this could be done in adults or children both. So it could be useful. And I think it is sort of the way of the future in the sense that to comprehensively characterize when you have a patient with obesity and insulin resistance who is at risk of developing complications like becoming diabetic, doing a full characterization using metabolomics can be very powerful to predict or develop what we're hoping right now is to develop a predictive model for which child develops diabetes, which one doesn't develop diabetes, based on metabolomic signature. And we could try to collaborate on these projects.
Thank you, Dr. Khosro. Thank you very much.
So now we have two chemical pathologists who are working in heart. One is Noreen in NICVD and Dr. Javed. So there is an opportunity to collaborate on such issues. Definitely. So Sadia, now Sadia in NCDs what we have experienced that the silo approach and a lot of research is currently going on in basic sciences, but we see that it is not translated into clinical practice and markers and which are pertinent to our population. So what would you like to say about that, and how we can make it to by through collaboration bring it to clinical use?
Absolutely. So I'll add on to what the discussion was happening, and I'll sort of extend it a little forward in saying that it's not only obese individuals that have those abnormal metabolomics. So in one of my studies, I found out that even people who had lean thin looked very, okay, had abnormal metabolomics that actually were correlated with the metabolomic studies of an obese individual. And thus they were then told that, all right, you are at a verge of risk and then you'll develop, diabetes or hypertension. And there was a shock to them. So these are avenues that, of course, we need to create awareness first and then, of course, collaborate. So I'll be very happy to, talk with Dr. Kushra as well as Dr. Javed, and then maybe we can take it forward from what we've learned from the bench work, what is the statistics here, and then take it forward. I think the thing that we can focus most on is, it's very, it's pretty simple actually. It's the amount of what kind of stuff is you putting inside your body. So I'm sure most of you would know what advanced glycation end products are. The most common one is HbA1c that we usually detect. So there are other biomarkers or other variants of ages available as well, which can be easily detectable by metabolomic studies. And they can be detected even by just one drop of blood. So that is the way that I've tried to figure out and identify certain at-risk patients and even cord blood samples. So this is something that we've done, and we've predicted that these babies would develop diabetes. And when we follow them up, so at 5 years, yes, they had a trend of hyperglycemia happening on. So I think we should start from the point of birth till adulthood that it comes. And if we are able to identify them at that time when they are born, maybe it would be, we could provide them help in terms of clinical, in terms of community, in terms of nutrition, and then that would decrease the burden of disease in Pakistan as such. As Dr. Javed mentioned, that he's seeing 14-year-old with a CVD. So I think these interventions might prevent them. And there is what you're mentioning, where the collaboration between a bench side research and clinical side research would come in. So, yeah.
Yes, Zujaja. So now with the, you hold two titles. You are head of chemical pathology as well as head of molecular pathology as well. So the two low-hanging fruits that were suggested, one of which was IMDs. And we see that a lot of time there is a need to perform molecular analysis, even in high risk, those patients, those who are identified. So what are the opportunities for collaborating in such cases? So can you have a service which is available, like for example, for molecular diagnosis of a case of methyl malonyl aciduria that you may be doing at your center and is not available anywhere? So can we, identify some specific areas where services are available, let's say at AFIP, and everywhere, everyone is sending their specimens to that center?
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. What I see in this omic technologies, there's a lag phase and then there is an exponential rise. I think that omics is now entering into the era of exponential rise. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. The baby steps that I've been taking as far as my resources are permitting, I have started clinical applications. Just to give you a few examples, I have started 2 parameters in pharmacogenomics. One is TPMTSs and one is MTFHR gene mutation. As you were talking about B12 folate metabolism. Amazingly, the first 5 requests that I received in my lab from our population, 4 had mutations. Even I found one homozygous mutant and a couple of heterozygous mutants. So we really do not know the disease burden. And all the 4 patients, they presented with different presentations. One was a young person presenting with CVA, and the other one was mostly with the thrombotic. 3 were males and 1 was a female. And another thing, I've been working in diagnostic endocrinology for quite some time. Interestingly, I received 2 patients which were unexplainable by conventional biochemistry. One was a child with ambiguous genitalia, and a month later I received a request to solve the problem with the male presenting with infertility, 35 years old. The karyotype was XX, and we could not explain whether it was right or what. And as I have started doing bichromosome microdeletions, SRY gene, AZF region, and we found the answer. It was basically SRY gene translocating on X chromosome. Both the people, you could well realize that disease shows up in shades. We cannot just 1 + 1 is not 2. Clinical shades are very different. And the problem we were able to pinpoint both for the baby with ambiguous genitalia and a 35-year-old married male not knowing that he's XX. Basically, all the development was because SRY gene translocated on X chromosome, and he developed all the male features. The same was the case with the baby, but he presented with ambiguous genitalia. And similarly, I'm getting quite a lot request for TPMT screening. We have NGS facilities available, all the infrastructure, as far as you were talking about collaboration. The main problem that we are facing, and as far as the cardiovascular panels are concerned, we can do NGS of about 2.5 genes for epilepsy in cardiovascular panels, muscle dystrophies, even for short stature workup. Somebody was asking me yesterday that they want a genetic screening of their child for stunted growth. We could do that, but the main hurdle we are facing is the finances. I saw your slide regarding equity and equality. I was really impressed with that. Knowledge is something that we share together. And if we can devise some ways in which we can fund some nations where we have infrastructure and we have a patient load, but the main barrier is the funding. We could do NGS, we could start all the panels, but the main problem, main hurdle is the funding. We could devise some ways in which we could collaborate, we could utilize facilities, infrastructure, and we could have a collaborative funding, and I think then we could enter into this.
So have you ever tried a fee for model? Fee for service model?
Fee for service model, can you elaborate?
If you start charging, the cost that is you can't do in armed forces, so how people can access it? So whatever
we can charge. In fact, initially we have a limited budget. Like in chemical pathology, I have to justify right from my hot lab requirements, LFT, RFTs, and I have to look into the budget for NGS. And definitely I cannot divert whole of my budget to NGS. If we get some collaboration from some, societies, or some like Nutrica, or some brands and some people who could do workup to establish the facility, and once we establish it, and then we can charge from those. And definitely I think doing it in the country is more approachable and more economical than sending samples abroad.
Yes. So Dr. Ghani, would you like to take this point forward?
Well, let me give you my perspective. So we've listened a lot about what are the challenges, and we've discussed it at a local and a national level. But I think it is important for the audience and everyone to recognize that metabolomics is still work in progress. We are not there yet, even in terms of, what is happening internationally. So I think the expectations should be you know, very realistic. I think rightly so, we've started on with IMDs. And, you know, I mean, this is something when I came back from the US, we saw that there was a proposal which was going nowhere. So, you know, I worked on it, developed some collaborations. And I still remember I had sent Aisha and Azima to Kuala Lumpur for training. And I think that we started with the baby steps. And now with, you know, wonderful enterprising people like Lena and Saptain and Hafsa. I mean, they've really, and headed by Asha, they've really taken and running with it. And rightly so, because we're living in a population where more than 50% of the marriages are consanguineous. And we've touched on toxicology. Cardiovascular is another important area. I feel that so we still have to wait before this whole thing evolves. And it has to come, it still really hasn't made to the prime time yet. It has not become a standard of care. Why has it not become a standard of care globally? You know, for the following reasons. One, that there is a need for affordable, cost-effective, affordable, user-friendly technology, which we really don't have. I mean, we are now dealing with very high-end technology, very technically demanding. And if you see the metamorphoses that we've gone through, and those of us who've been around for a while have seen in clinical chemistry and molecular. So clinical chemistry, I mean, there was time, and Anisala was sitting here, they would just do enzymatic assays and ELISA, and then we moved on to more sensitive, you know, immunoassays using fluorescence, and now we use chemiluminescence, and these technologies are widely available. So it is now, you know, this is really, I mean, the powwow session is from bench to bedside. That is really from, you know, we really have gone to the bedside. You know, in fact, we now have handheld instruments that can do this. So that evolution really has to take place before metabolomics becomes a standard of care. So make no mistake about it. I think the other thing that we have to also recognize and appreciate is that the whole omics thing, the genomics part has made the most progress. And that is really thanks to the human genome, the project that was started in 1990, and 2003 it was completed. So the whole human genome was mapped. And it was a colossal activity. And that was one of the best examples of collaborative scientific efforts, of global, that they did it, you know, ahead of time. And I think that opened up the floodgates of, and we just, you know, there were times, you remember, we started off with doing southern blots. That's used, you know, and then we had the PCR that opened up new avenues, and now we have NGS. And NGS is now slowly becoming more and more affordable and user-friendly as well. Okay, so they are getting there. Now metabolomics is still, you know, a long way to go. So let me just, you know, I think we list you some of the challenges that are there in metabolomics. So I've said one is the cost-effective instrumentation, standardization of assays, standardization of protocols. That is not there yet. Quality assurance. In 2018, with now that we have MCAC, which is the Metabolomics Quality Assurance Consortium, and they're doing some wonderful work. And because I'm part of CAP, we work with them, and I think, you know, they will come up with some wonderful guidelines. The third is, the fourth impediment, in my opinion, is that a consensus on a valid metabolomic signature for each disease. I think those are still not, people are doing different things, but are valid. And also, things can only get to prime time when you have the right data, you have everything, and now these become part of the guidelines. So the scientific association societies embrace these data and then can make it part of their guidelines. So there's a huge potential. In addition to this is in diabetes, which we haven't touched upon, and also in cancer.
boring but easy to obtain. And then we can utilize genome in the things to proteomics. Why proteomics didn't arrive at the bed? Because proteomics is complicated by post-translational modification, by the interactome, the interaction between proteins, and so on, so on. So it's very difficult to I'm confident in metabolomics because metabolomics is easy to accomplish because the metabolite, we can weight the metabolite very easily. But the problem is, in this case, the time in which you do this, the environment, the diet, and so on. So metabolomics change very fast during the day. This is the problem for metabolomics. So I think that metabolomics can be promising. We have to standardize, obviously, the pre-analytical phase, absolutely. We should do what Professor Adeli told many times in this conference, the so-called health signature. So how is the metabolomy in health before? And for sure, we need, another problem is that to date, we need very expensive instruments, and then, but this can be, in my mind, overcome just looking at the, for instance, what happened in the, for newborn screening, metabolic disease and newborn screening. You should organize a national health system center. You cannot do this in every lab. For instance, also in Italy, we have a few big labs which are able to do the newborn screening, newborn metabolic disease screening, obviously. So the sample is sent to this reference lab in Italy, maybe 3 or 4 big labs which do this for all the newborns. Okay, there are not so many newborns in Italy, but in my mind, this is the way, should be a national a national health system program, cannot be a program for one lab. It's so difficult to do this. So maybe the resources can be utilized in reference lab, so it's easier in this way to obtain the instrument and so on. Newborn metabolic screening is an example of an easy way to do metabolomics, because we are looking for something in particular. Obviously, it depends from the context. Maybe easy to do a Guthrie test that not a liquid chromatography mass spectrometry spectrum for phenylketonuria. So it's very difficult. Should be contextualized in each different situation in my mind.
So, Dr. Amir, will you take it further?
Actually, wherever I worked in a newborn screening lab in London, Great Ormond Street Hospital, which was the regional lab for newborn screening, and they were mainly used triple quad for amino acids, for acyl carnitines, and for other metabolites. This tandem is a wonderful instrument. Let me do some analytical thing about, tell you about this instrument. This has got a big menu. You can do at least 50 tests, 50 types of tests. You can detect 50 to 60 metabolites in one batch, and you can run hundreds of samples at one time. So this is ideal for newborn screening. And Europeans are, the labs are teeming with this instrument. So this is really a wonderful invention. That's all
right. So in the interest of time, we can take one or two
Thank you, Dr. Sadia. Sir, can you please stay back? ताली बजा दो। Dr. Adnan will now hand over a little gift of appreciation. Thank you. Now I will announce the most meet at we will I hope to see you back at 2:30. Lunch is laid out in Xavier Hall. Thank you.
around the world. What was missing was the final piece of the omics puzzle, that is, metabolomics. From a technology perspective, metabolomics has come along at precisely the right time. The two major technologies used to gather metabolomics data include mass spec and nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, and they both have reached fantastic heights of the data gathering capability. However, being from Pakistan, a developing country, the training opportunities are not very widely available locally in this arena. This upcoming CapCon is the key to opening many new avenues and collaboration opportunities, including those from the International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine. Mark your calendars. See you at the Congress.
Dear chemical pathology colleagues, on behalf of Department of Pathology, College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan, it's my proud privilege to congratulate the organizing committee to prioritize such an important area like metabolomics this time, which has a huge potential not only in diagnostics but also in precision medicine. And I am willing to extend all my support and the infrastructure of Department of Pathology for you to spread the word either virtually or in person through symposiums, seminars, etc. So my best wishes and thank you.
The theme of today's conference
Do
is
we have the
metabolomics,
oral
which is a
speakers here for
comprehensive
the free
analysis.
papers? आप लोग आगे आ जाएं ताकि पता चल जाए कौन कौन है और free papers वाले सब आगे बैठ जाओ आके because we will be starting in next 2-3 minutes. क्या time है? हाँ, I think we should start. क्या 2:30 बजे बोला था हमने?
Welcome and enjoy the day with us.
Tandem mass spectrometry is a powerful tool for screening different organic acid ureas, amino acidopathies, urea cycle disorders, and fatty acid oxidation defects. It can also significantly contribute to newborn screening program as a highly specific diagnostic techniques for screening different inborn metabolic disorders. Currently, we are screening amino acid, succinyl-acetone, and acyl-carnitine in dry blood spots on tandem mass spectrometry.
Earlier this year, a monthly activity of Metabolomics Book Club was initiated at the Aga Khan University Hospital by our team. This activity, participants read aloud a book, Metabolomics, from Fundamentals to Clinical Application together, and identified gaps in their understanding and had nice discussions. We attracted many pathologists, chemical pathology residents, faculty, scientists, researchers, and even technologists who came together and brought intelligent thoughts and discussions on the table. Science of metabolomics is growing fast, so to keep at pace, we needed such activity. And we are so far successful. I invite all of you who are, in Karachi to come forward and join us on monthly basis in this book club. Thank you.
Metabolomics is the study of all metabolites in cells, tissues, and body fluids. Metabolomics approaches are targeted analysis, metabolic profiling, and metabolic proofreading. One of the most common application is the screening and diagnosis of inborn error metabolism in clinical chemistry.
My work on a urine metabolomics using gas chromatography and mass spectrometry during my residency showed a discriminating markers like dicarboxylic acid, stearic acid, and other markers that were found significantly high in autistic children as compared to the control group. This excited me, and now I have one more grant to further study this.
Metabolomics-based strategies have become the integral part of the clinical research. It provides the innovative tool for the adequate prognostic and the diagnostic approaches. Application of metabolome in the human health includes the nutrigenomics. In nutrigenomics, we do the identification of certain compounds which act on the expression of the target genes. And this identification is extremely important for the treatment and the diagnosis of diseases such as cancer and the type 2 diabetes mellitus. This emerging field has many challenges in which the measurement of the complete metabolome of a biological entity with a single analyzing method and identification and the confirmation of a potential biomarker.
Metabolomics has the potential to be an effective tool for the early diagnosis of disease through identification of the signature prognostic biomarker, and can also serve as a predictor of treatment and response and survival. The most challenging part of metabolomics study is confirmation of a biomarker identity. Variation in sampling methods, sample preparation, instrumentation, and data mining does exist, not only between the laboratories, but also between the scientists working in the same laboratory. So a central reporting database is needed to be established so that the investigators can share their methodologies and results on the same forum. And this would allow for standard operating procedures to be developed and comparison of the data between the laboratories. Thank you very much.
Welcome to ChemCon 2022, Metabolomics Revolutionizing Chemical Pathology. In our pre-conference workshop, you will see our IFCC speakers talking to you about exciting topics such as lipidomics and moleculomics. Lipidomics is the study of the structure, composition, and quantities of lipids in the various pathophysiological states.
Welcome back after the lunch break. Can I please request the participants to settle down? We're about to begin. Our third scientific session of the day is all about the recent research done by chemical pathologists from across Pakistan. This session will be moderated by Dr. Shabnam Dildar Ali, consultant chemical pathologist, National Medical Center, Karachi. She is also an assessor for ISO 15189. Dr. Shabnam, the mic is all yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nayab. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all. It's great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this scientific session 3 of annual PAP conference. I'm very much thankful to all national and international delegates and all participants for joining us in this scientific session. Before proceed further, I would like to introduce Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and judges for this scientific session. Brigadier Professor Dr. Amin Ejaz will chair this session. He is FCPS. He has done his FCPS from AFIP and was awarded FRCP by Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh, UK. He is retired from Army Medical Corps in 2017 after 33 years of services. Presently, he is working in Mohiuddin Medical College, Mirpur, as a head of department and professor of pathology. He has more than 130 publications and he has authored 6 books, including very popular Chemical Pathology for Beginners book. Please welcome Professor Dr. Amir Ejaz. Together with Honorable Chair, I would like to invite Co-Chair as Dr. Ghazanfar Abbas. He has done FCPS in Chemical Pathology from Ziauddin University Hospital, Karachi, and he has served Assistant Professor of Chemical Pathology in Ziauddin University Hospital for 3 years, and then he joined Shifa International Hospital, Islamabad, and he is serving their section head Chemical Pathology. He has established centralized point of care in 2017 and total lab automation in 2018. He is working as section head, and he is also a supervisor and examiner for FCPS Chemical Pathology in CPSP. Please welcome Dr. Ghazanfar Abbas. We have 4 judges for this scientific session. Our first judge is Dr. Haider Naqvi. He is fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan, and currently he is working as Associate Professor and Head of Department of Chemical Pathology, SIUT Karachi. He is also serving as a faculty member and involved in educational activities of Sindh Institute of Medical Sciences. I would request Dr. Haider Naqvi, please come forward and have a seat. Our second judge is Dr. Javed Jabbar. He is also a fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan. He has served as consultant chemical pathologist and coordinator for JCIE and CAP accreditation in various national and international hospitals and universities. Currently, he is working as director and consultant chemical pathologist and head of patient safety and quality assurance at Tabba Heart Institute, Karachi. I would request Dr. Javed Jabbar to please come forward and have a seat in front. Our third judge is Dr. Sadia Fatma. Dr. Sadia Fatma holds a fellowship from Higher Education Academy UK and International Famer Institute USA. Currently, she is working as Associate Professor in Department of Biological and Biomedical Sciences, Aga Khan University Hospital. Her research focuses on identifying the causes of metabolic syndrome and its consequences on cardiovascular, endocrine, and reproductive health. I would request Dr. Sadia Fatma, please come forward and have a seat. Our fourth judge is Dr. Humaira Havra. She is also a fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan. Currently, she is working as assistant professor of chemical pathology and coordinator of lab administration at Liaquat National Hospital, Karachi. She is also an assessor of ISO 15189 of Pakistan National Accreditation Council. Please welcome Dr. Humaira Havra Ali. Before proceeding towards free paper presentation, I would like to give some brief about the ground rules and regulation of free paper presentation. The total time allotted to each presenter will be 7 minutes. The bell will ring after the completion of 7 minutes. We will take 1 to 2 questions at the end of each presentation. Presenters are requested to stay on stage after the completion of their presentation for question and answer. So moving forward, now we will start our free paper presentation. Our first presenter is Dr. Amarul Hassan. He is from FIP Rawalpindi. His topic of presentation is determination of variation in neonatal serum 17-hydroxyprogesterone levels in relation with gestational age and low birth weight.
Just to emphasize, please stick to time, because we have a lot of papers and there are flights in which people have to go back. So we can't afford even a few minutes extra. So your number will be deducted if you take extra time. After first bell, just finish it, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I am Dr. Amarul Hassan. Assalamu alaikum. Today I am going to present my research topic, determination of variation in neonatal serum 17-hydroxyprogesterone level in relation with gestational age and low birth weight. To start with, first of all, the operational definitions. The neonates are basically under 28 days of age. Full term include 38 to 40 weeks of gestation. Preterm is 38 to 37 weeks of gestation, and low birth weight is less than 2,500 grams. To start with the general background, I will not go into too much detail of the pathophysiology of CAH or the serum 17 hydroxyprogesterone, but serum 17 hydroxyprogesterone is basically secreted from the adrenal gland, and worldwide it is used as a screening test for the congenital adrenal hyperplasia. The early detection of the CAH by the 17 hydroxyprogesterone is of good prognosis. The prevalence of the CAH is 1 into 16,000 live births. There are two basic clinical presentations of the congenital adrenal hyperplasia. One is the classical, another one is the non-classical. In classical, there is a simple virilizing which presents as the ambiguous genitalia in female, and the salt wasting is a more severe form of the disease which results into the adrenal crisis and it is fatal. The non-classical is generally milder than the classical congenital adrenal hyperplasia, and in this there is the androgen excess which leads to the precocious puberty in either sex. Male are usually undiagnosed. The basic objective of the study is to determine the variation in neonatal serum 17 hydroxyprogesterone levels in newborn according to the gestational age and birth weight. The study was a cross-sectional study conducted at Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, Chemical Pathology and Endocrinology Department. The duration of the study was 6 months. Non-probability convenient sampling technique was used, and the data was analyzed on SPSS variant 26. Results were expressed as mean and the ST. One-way ANOVA and post-hoc Tuckey analysis was conducted. The p-value of less than 0.05 was considered as statistical significant. The sample size was calculated by the WHO calculator and came to be 210. In this study, we have divided the data into 3 main groups. The group 1 is the group control group with total number of 70. That is with the neonates which were delivered at full term, that is 38 to 40 weeks with normal birth weight, which is between 2,500 to 4,000 grams. And group 2 is moderate preterm, that is the neonates delivered between 32 to 37 weeks with low birth weight, which is 1,500 to 2,500 grams. And the group 3, very preterm, which is between 28 to 32 weeks with very low birth weight, which is less than 1,500. The terminologies like low birth weight, very low birth weight, and very preterm, these are basically the set definitions by the WHO. The patients, the neonates with CAH or with the history of maternal steroidal history and other endocrine disorders were not included in the study. This is the graphical presentation showing the mean of the serum 17 hydroxyprogesterone among the groups. Group 1 is the control group in which we can see that the mean of the serum 17 hydroxyprogesterone is basically 20 nanomole per liter. Group 2, which is of the disease group in which due to the prematurity and low birth weight, it is around 60. And the group 3 with very low birth weight and preterm, the mean of the serum hydroxyprogesterone is almost around 120 nanomole per liter. One-way ANOVA was conducted among the groups, and the variance among the group 1 is 29.30, in group 2, 19.8, group 3, 113, and the p-value was less than 0.01 among all 3 groups, and it was considered as statistically significant. Post-hoc Tuckey analysis was done for the intergroup comparison among the different groups. When we compare group 1 and group 2, the Tuckey HSD, which is the Tuckey HSD values was 72.86, and in the comparison of group 1 and group 3, it was 180, and group 2 and group 3, it was 107.95. It was also considered as statistically significant, with a p-value of less than 0.01 among all 3 groups. The study conducted by Leber-Becker et al., titled Screening of the Congenital Adrenal Hyperplasia, Adjustment of the 17-hydroxyprogesterone cutoff values to both age and the birth weight, markedly improved the predictive value. They basically screened 538,000 newborns, and among them 51 were selected as the CAH. Then they applied the new threshold, which was adjusted to the birth weight and the prematurity, and it results into the 35% reduction in the total call rate from 1.3 to 0.74%. This increase in the positive predictive value from 0.94 to 1.29% without reducing the diagnostic sensitivity. Another study by Atsumi et al. Titled 30-year lesson from the newborn screening for the congenital adrenal hyperplasia in Japan. They basically determined that what is the basic cause which results into the false positivity in the preterm. They stated that the 17-hydroxypregnanolone sulfate and 3-beta-hydroxylate compounds, which are, their ratio is significantly increased in preterm infant. This is basically responsible for the cross-reactivity in the immunoassay. And later in 2020 in Japan, the LCMS, the second tier screening by the LCMS is basically used, which has a greater positive predictive value. I hereby conclude that the false positive newborn screening rates are disproportionately increased in prematurity and low birth weight. The optimal cutoff levels adjusted to the birth weight and the gestational age should be established. Thank you.
Please stay on stage for question and answer. We will take only 1 to 2 questions. Anybody have any question can raise hand. Dr. Amir, please.
Thank you.
Our second presenter is Dr. Sabah Raza. She is from Ziauddin Hospital, Karachi. Her title of presentation is Evaluation of Heart-type fatty acid binding protein as a diagnostic marker in acute coronary syndrome.
But he was using, I guess, was it working? तो आप which one to use?
Please start, Dr. Sabah.
Sir, I don't have anything to move the slide. He has taken the slide.
She's waiting for a pointer.
Yeah. कहाँ से आ गया? यहाँ से? My research topic was evaluation of heart fatty acid binding protein as a diagnostic marker for the ACS, acute coronary syndrome. No conflict of interest. Sequence of my presentation. A little bit about the background of heart fatty acid binding protein. It is a small cytosolic protein that is released from cardiac myocytes following an ischemic episode. Due to its low molecular weight and cytoplasmic location, it is released as early as 30 to 60 minutes in the blood following ischemic episode. Acute coronary syndrome is one of the major causes of death worldwide. Hence, early diagnosis and is important. Accurate early diagnosis is important for early intervention in order to reduce the mortality. Various cardiac biomarkers so far have been studied for the early diagnosis of acute coronary syndrome. Heart fatty acid binding protein has gained interest in this area for the last few years. Our study aimed to determine the diagnostic accuracy of heart fatty acid binding protein as a biomarker of ACS by using high sensitivity troponin I and ECG findings, suggesting ischemia as gold standard. This study was conducted at Ziauddin Hospital in year 2020. It was a non-probability conjugating sampling was done. 154 patients from emergency or admitted to coronary unit who present with age group of more than 18 years, who presented with symptoms suggesting of ischemia as chest pain, left arm pain, shortness of breath were included in the study. Fourth universal definition was used for the diagnosis of ACS. HS troponin I was analyzed by a chemiluminescence-based automated immunoassay analyzer, and the cutoffs used for male and females were 0.034 nanogram per ml and 0.016 nanogram per ml in females. Hard fatty acid binding protein was analyzed using fluorescence immunoassay method, and this equal to a more than 7 nanogram per ml cutoff was used for hard fatty acid binding protein. Data was analyzed to check the normality. Descriptive statistics were applied. To compare the quantitative variables, Mann-Whitney test was applied. P-value less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. This slide shows descriptive statistics of the patients of acute coronary syndrome. Kolmogorov and Shaparov-Wilk test was applied to check the normality of the data. Data was found non-Gaussian. Hence, median and interquartile ranges were calculated for age, BMI, blood pressure, hard fatty acid binding protein, and HS troponin I. Among ACS group and non-ACS group, significant difference was found among the values of hard fatty acid binding protein and HS troponin I. This is a 2x2 table. Hard fatty acid binding protein was used as an index test, and HS troponin I and ECG findings were used as a gold standard for the diagnosis of ACS. Among 154 patients, 101 patients were found true positive, 10 were false positive, 10 false negative, and 33 true negatives. This table shows overall diagnostic accuracy of 87%. Well, diagnostic performance of hard fatty acid binding protein was also assessed in terms of sensitivity, specificity, positive and negative predictive value, and likelihood ratios. Overall sensitivity found in all patients for hard fatty acid binding proteins was 90.9%. And as per division according to the duration of onset of chest pain, patients who presented in less than 3 hours, then sensitivity of hard fatty acid binding protein was found to be 91.5%. Not a major difference in between both groups. Receiver operative characteristics curve, area under the curve found for hard fatty acid binding protein was 0.921, and that of troponin I was 0.942. Both the values were found comparable. Literature search shows that various studies have been reported for the diagnosis of hard fatty acid binding protein. In 2015, Vipituri et al., using a cutoff of 6.4 nanogram per ml, reported sensitivity of 89.7% and a specificity of 68%. Another study in 2018, using a cutoff of 7.15, which was a similar cutoff as used in our study, reported a sensitivity of 51.5%, which is much lesser than the sensitivity we found in our study. The other two studies in 2020 similarly reported more or less similar sensitivity, but their cutoffs used for the hard fatty acid binding protein were different. These differences may be attributed due to lack of standardization of hard fatty acid binding assay, different cutoffs used, and the differences in the demographics and the settings of the study. So the take-home message is that diagnostic performance of hard fatty acid binding protein and HS troponin I based on area under the curve was found comparable. Though hard fatty acid binding protein show a slightly better sensitivity in the group that presented in less than 3 hours, but the specificity was at the cost of specificity, basically. So it could be used as a potential marker along with HS troponin I for the diagnosis of ACS, but not as a sole biomarker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sabah Raza. Any questions? Okay, our third presenter is Dr. Jawadul Haq from QAMC Bahawalpur. His title of presentation is Frequency of Hypogonadism in Beta Thalassemia Major Patients Receiving Blood Transfusions.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Jawadul Haq, chemical pathology resident at Qaid-e-Azam Medical College, Bahawalpur, under the supervision of Professor Dr. Asma Shaukat. First of all, I would like to thank Pakistan Association of Pathology and Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology to give me an opportunity to share my experience about the thalassemia patient. Now coming back to my topic of presentation is frequency of hypogonadism in beta thalassemia major patient receiving blood transfusion. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Beta thalassemia major is a recessively inherited blood transfusion dependent anemia, which is due to the defective synthesis of both beta globin chain of the hemoglobin tetramer, which leads to anemia requiring blood transfusion. Beta thalassemia is defined on HB electrophoresis, HbF 90% and HbA2 10%. And hypogonadism is defined on the basis of hormone analysis, testosterone less than 30 nanogram per deciliter, FSH and LH less than 2 international unit per liter. In order to explain the genetics, this is the two block diagram. In first block diagram, both the parents are of thalasssemic trait, which leads to the 50% of the progeny which is of thalasssemic trait, 25% of beta thalassemia major and 25% are normal. In the second block diagram, one parent is of thalasssemic trait, another is normal, which lead to the 50% of the progeny which is of thalasssemic trait and 50% are normal. How anemia develops in thalassemia? Due to the deletion of beta globin chain on chromosome number 11, there is little synthesis of beta globin chain, which leads to the increased level of free toxic alpha chain, which has two fate. Either intramedullary apoptosis occur or extramedullary red blood cell hemolysis, hemorrhage, which leads to anemia, hypoxia, increased erythropoietin, which further leads to the bone marrow hyperplasia, splenomegaly and extramedullary hematopoiesis. Due to the successive and progressive blood transfusion in beta thalassemia patient to maintain the HP level, there is increase in iron overload. Iron overload starts showing its effect on the body, on the growth, vital organs effect, sexual maturity, calcium metabolism, and endocrine functions. This is the schematic diagram which explains how iron overload affects different parts of the body. With each pint transfused, there is an increment of 200 to 250 milligram of iron, which start depositing in the brain, in the liver, in the pancreas, in the gonads, and in the bone. Due to these, the subsequent symptoms follow. Iron overload hypogonadism is because mostly the endocrine anomalies are due to the deposition of iron in the pituitary. There are multiple causes of hypogonadism in beta thalassemia patient, but the hypogonadotrophic hypogonadism remains the commonest cause. This is the schematic diagram which explains the level of injury which leads to the different types of the hypogonadism. In primary, testes are involved. In secondary, either the pituitary or hypothalamus is involved. And the objective of this study is to determine the frequency of hypogonadism in beta thalassemia major patient receiving blood transfusion. Patients were selected of both gender, having a history of greater than 30 blood transfusion of the age greater than 12. This is a cross-sectional descriptive study which include 385 patients which were regularly transfused at Qaid-e-Azam Medical College, Bahawal Victoria Hospital, Bahawalpur at the Thalassemia Center. Patient data was recorded in questionnaire. Clinical characteristics relevant to the growth and puberty were recorded. Serum FSH, LH, and testosterone were assayed. Analysis was performed on the state-of-the-art CLIA technique on instrument Beckman-Coulter SS2. Data was analyzed by SPSS version 24, mean standard deviation, and frequencies were calculated for the numerical variables. This is the pie chart which explains the number of patients out of the 385 patients. 176 were male and 209 were male, which constitute 46% are male and 54% were female. The major age group was between 12 to 19 years, which constitute 78.5%. The hypogonadism was observed in 63 patients out of 176 and 72 patients out of 209 female. This is the tabulated form of all the data which I show in the previous slide in the pie chart. Hypogonadism was observed in 35.1% of the studied group. Comparison with the previous studies. A study which was done at PIMS, Islamabad, showed that the frequency of hypogonadism in beta thalassemia patient receiving blood transfusion is 40%. In another study which was done at Bangladesh, shows that the frequency is 35.2%. In the other study which was done in Italy, it showed that the frequency of hypogonadism in beta thalassemia major patient is 46%. Conclusion. Hypogonadism is an apparent endocrinopathy showing higher frequencies in iron overload beta thalassemic patient receiving blood transfusion. Regular endocrine evaluation and timely intervention can ensure the sexual maturity in the patient of beta thalassemia receiving blood transfusion, and which leads to the improved quality of these patients which were regularly transfused for the maintenance of HB. If chelation therapy is good, then the thalassemic patient can be saved from the complication which are all because of iron overload. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jawadul Haq. Any questions, if anybody has? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Hafiza Munazza Batul from Armed Force Institute of Pathology, Rawalpindi. Her title of presentation is Diagnostic Accuracy of ICT as a Screening Tool to Detect the Drug of Abuse Metabolites in a Clinical Setting.
In the name of Allah, the most compassionate and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I am Hafiza Munazza Batul. Today, I am going to present my research on evaluation of ICT as a screening tool to detect drug of abuse metabolites in a clinical settings. Here are the contents of my presentation. Drug of abuse is on the rise, engulfing the globe like a pandemic. The United Nations Force of the Office on Drugs and Crime World Drug Report 2019 estimated that approximately 35 million people suffer from drug abuse disorder that requires treatment. Diagnostic laboratories play an important role in the identifying and monitoring drug of abuse and their detection in cases of intoxication and overdoses. However, drug testing in a diagnostic laboratory is a challenge, as drugs encompass various chemical entities that were structurally and chemically diverse. The process of testing drugs in the laboratory starts with the initial screening of the specimen by immunoassay, which is mostly done by immunochromatography test in developing countries. The specimen with the positive screening on the ICT is then analyzed by second analytical procedure with established higher sensitivity and specificity. In this regard, liquid chromatography mass spectrometry is becoming popular as a confirmatory method. Virtually all the compounds can be analyzed based on the metabolites, even though ICT are most convenient to use and cost-effective. The results are often class-specific and cannot identify the specific drugs or group, and there is also a chances of false positive because due to the antibody cross-reactivities. Due to these limitations, laboratories need to ensure that the results provided by the screening are reliable to effectively screen specimens to ensure valid toxicology testing. The current study aimed to ensure that aim to evaluate immunochorography testing as a screening method for urine drug of abuse metabolite detection in comparison to triple quad liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. To achieve this aim, diagnostic accuracy study was carried out at FIP from April to September 2022. With the consecutive non-sampling technique, after approval from the Institute Ethical Committee, a specimen of all the participants who gave consent to be the part of the study were included. For diagnostic accuracy study, 120 samples were taken, which were analyzed for amphetamine, cannabinoids, opiates, and benzodiazepine. All the samples were analyzed on LCMS and ICT. The results were analyzed on SPSS version 23, and p-value were found 0.05, which is statistically significant. Sensitivity, specificity, accuracy, positive predictive value, negative predictive value were calculated by the using of the 2x2 table with the help of the formulas. In the case of the amphetamine, LCMS showed 36 positive specimens were positive, while ICT came out to be 48 positive results, which show the 12 false positive results. False positive results for cannabinoids were 8, while in the case of benzodiazepine and opiates, 4 and 8 false negative results were observed. This table shows the frequency of the negative results, which are this table shows the frequency of the negative results. 12 specimens for amphetamine came out to be negative, 4 for benzodiazepine, 12 for opiates, and 4 for cannabinoids. This table shows the evaluated parameters. The sensitivity came out to be 100% for amphetamine and benzodiazepine. The specificity of the group varies from 80 to 85.7%, while the positive predictive value were highest for benzodiazepine and cannabinoids, while the negative predictive value were highest for amphetamine and cannabinoids. Overall accuracy of the ICT was 93.3% for cannabinoids, followed by the amphetamine, benzodiazepine, and opiates, respectively. Frequency of positive and negative results of ICT LCMS were also compared by using the chi-square test, which showed that the significant difference between the results. Here we can appreciate the findings of the result are comparable with international and national data. I hereby conclude that immunochromatography test is cost-effective and rapid method that can be used for the detection of drug of abuse in case of suspected intoxication. However, clinical decision making should be done cautiously in keeping in mind the limitations associated with the screening procedure. All the positive and negative specimens with high suspicions must be confirmed by LCMS. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hafiza Munazza Batul. If anybody has questions, please ask. Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Siraj Munir. He is from Akhan Hospital, Karachi. His title of presentation is Practices of Vitamin D Supplementation Leading to Vitamin D Toxicity, Experience from a Tertiary Care Hospital.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Dr. Siraj Munir, and my research topic is practices of vitamin D supplementation leading to vitamin D toxicity and experiences from a tertiary care hospital. I have nothing to declare, and I am thankful to my co-authors and collaborators. So this is the short background about my study. As we know that replacement of vitamin D for maintaining sufficient bone health is necessary. But achieving the balance between optimal and toxic levels is equally important. Practice patterns of physicians in treating vitamin D deficiency and replacing vitamin D vary due to the lack of clear guidelines and optimal dosing regimen and availability of different vitamin D preparations. The trend of prescribing vitamin D preparation for non-specific body aches in vitamin D deficient endemic areas and self-medication with over-the-counter vitamin D supplements has increased significantly. In the past, vitamin D toxicity was considered a rare adverse effect. The importance of vitamin D toxicity has been underestimated and unrecognized, but the recent studies showed increased prevalence of hypervitaminosis D and vitamin D toxicity in adults and children. As we know that vitamin D toxicity is a clinical condition characterized by severe hypercalcemia that may persist for prolonged time, leading to serious health consequences. So the objective of my study the study was done to determine the frequency of subjects identified with vitamin D levels of more than 150 nanogram per ml and evaluate the vitamin D supplements used by these subjects. So this was a prospective cross-sectional study that was conducted in section of chemical pathology, Aga Khan University Hospital, and the subjects who had vitamin D levels of more than 150 nanogram per ml between the April 2020 to March 2021 were contacted, and detailed clinical and supplementation history was collected. So this is the consort showing distribution of subject tested for vitamin D during the study period. Total more than 1 lakh subjects were tested for vitamin D levels, and out of these subjects, 186 subjects were included in final analysis because the clinical history was available in only those subjects. Coming to the results, so majority of the subjects were females with children. Mean age of children was 2 years, while mean age of adults was 41 years. These are the indications for vitamin D supplementation in children. Vitamin D deficiency or insufficiency was present in 24.4% subjects. Rest of subjects were not tested for vitamin D levels, were taking supplements for delayed growth or short height, delayed milestones and walking, bowing of legs, bone pain and others. These are the indication of vitamin D supplements in adults. So vitamin D deficiency by testing was present in 32.4% subjects, while others were taking supplements because of a bone pain and renal insufficiency, COVID or immunity and other causes. So calcium levels were available in only 26 children out of 78 total children, and adults calcium levels were available in 37 adults, and out of these hypercalcemia was present in 23% children and 30% adults. So majority of subjects were taking oral supplements followed by intramuscular, and there were also subjects who were taking both oral and IM supplements. So in children, the common strength used by majority was 400 IU per drop, followed by 200,000 IU injectable or oral, and the 11.5% were taking 6,666 IU per drop, and there were also subjects who were taking 600,000 IU and also taking combinations of oral drops and injectables. And the duration, majority of children were taking supplement for 2 to 3 months, and then there were also the subjects who were taking for months and years. And in adults, the majority of subjects were taking strength of 200,000 and 600,000 IU, with majority of subjects taking supplements for 2 to 3 months, and also there were subjects who were taking supplements for months and years. These are the details of supplementation, strengths and dosing. You can see that this is in the children. There were 19 subjects who were taking once a week of 200,000 IU for months and years. And same thing was observed in adults. So subjects were taking once a week, once in 10 days, once in 15 days for months and years. And there was one subject who was taking once a month 200,000 IU supplement for more than 10 years. So this is the total cumulative supplements median which was taken by children was 4,20,000 IU, and the median total cumulative supplement taken by adult was 1,600,000 IU, with the children were taking children were taking 12,066 IU per day, and adults were taking 27,066 IU per day, which was quite high as compared to the doses suggested by IOM guidelines. And the prescription was 92% was prescribed by physicians, and 88% adults were prescribed by physicians. So concluding my presentation, there's a rising trend of prescribing vitamin D preparation for non-specific body aches in this part of the world. Health effect toxicity can be serious and need prompt diagnosis. The condition can only be prevented by spreading awareness among healthcare providers regarding toxic potential of high doses of vitamin D, careful use of supplements, and consistent monitoring of people during supplementation. And there is a strong need to have our own guidelines regarding dosage and dosing intervals for correction of vitamin D deficiency, as there are no published guidelines from Pakistan with available preparation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siraj Munir. Any questions? Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Munir Hussain. He is from Rahman Medical Institute, Peshawar. His title of presentation is Relation of 3-point Estimation of Inflammatory Markers with the Outcome and Severity of Hospitalized Patient of COVID Infection in a Tertiary Care Hospital of Peshawar.
Assalamu alaikum all. I'm Dr. Munir Hussain from Khyber Girls Medical College, Peshawar. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Oh my gosh. Scope. No. Okay. Scope. Can we make it? Okay, ji. The title of presentation is Relation of a 3-time point estimation of inflammatory markers with the outcome of COVID-19 patients in a tertiary care hospital of Peshawar. After the outbreak of COVID-19, a lot of work has been done regarding the predictive ability of different inflammatory markers of COVID-19 at the time of admission. But very few studies are available regarding the serial estimation or different time point estimations of these markers. And these studies suggest that estimation of markers at different time points or their longitudinal estimations correlate in a better way with the disease severity and outcome. So the objective of the study was to assess the relation of 3-time point estimation of inflammatory markers with the outcome of COVID-19 infection in hospitalized patients. It was an observational cross-sectional study conducted from August 2021 to January 2022. A non-probability consecutive sampling technique was followed. A total of 116 adult patients from both genders were selected who were hospitalized and tested positive for COVID-19 by RT-PCR and admitted in the COVID-19 ward and ICU of the Rahman Medical Institute, Peshawar. Those patients were selected whose at least 3-time point estimations of high sensitivity CRP, D-dimer, ferritin, LDH, WBC count, including the neutrophil and lymphocyte counts, were done for the estimation of neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio. These 3-time points actually were estimation at admission, estimation of peak value, and the estimation at the time of discharge or death. Patients were divided into deceased and recovered categories on the basis of outcome, and into mild, moderate, severe, and critical categories on the basis of disease severity. Statistical analysis was done using SPSS 23, and graphs were made by using GraphPad Prism 8. Independent t-test was applied to compare the mean age and duration of stay between deceased and recovered categories, while chi-square test was used to compare the categorical variables like comorbidities and gender distribution. The data of the the values of the markers were then subjected to Kolmogov's, Smirnov, and Shapiro-Wilk tests to establish and to assess the distribution of the data. Data were not normally distributed, so their median and interquartile ranges for both the categories were compared by using a Mann-Whitney U-test. ROC curve analysis was applied to assess the sensitivity and optimal cutoff value of the inflammatory markers at the time of admission, and logistic regression analysis was applied to assess the predictive ability for mortality of different inflammatory markers at the time of admission and other variables. The mean age of the deceased individuals was more as compared to the recovered one, and there was a statistical significant difference between both the categories. Out of total 116 individuals, 51 died and 65 were recovered. There were 28 people or patients in the mild, moderate category each, and 14 in the severe and the 46 in the critical category. No patient died in the mild and moderate category, while most of the patients from the critical category and the severe category succumbed to death. All the comorbidities except chronic kidney disease showed a significant difference between the both categories. Sorry, again I'm having a problem. Can I have some help regarding this? Okay, thank you. That was the graphical representation of the same table, in which it was very clear that the deceased individuals in the, if you can have again this slide again, agar hum isko dobara wo kar sakein, kindly. This is the graphical representation of the same table. The deceased individuals are represented by the red squares, while the recovered one with the blue circles. It is very evident that among all the markers, LDH, WBC count, and NLR were constantly at rise from the time of admission till the time of discharge or death. On ROC curve analysis, only the LDH had a good area under curve and a sensitivity of 82.4 and an optimal cutoff value of 312 units per liter. On logistic regression analysis, only the age, LDH and NLR at admission, and along with the comorbidities like diabetes mellitus and ischemic heart disease significantly predicted the mortality. Discussion part has been left. The study, according to the different studies conducted by the Osibugon et al. And Sharifpour et al., age was a risk factor, like our present study. Similarly, LDH at the admission was a risk factor, and the results were comparable to our study. Similarly, can we go back again? So, age as risk factor was also concluded by Sharifpour et al. And his colleagues, Zhou et al. And Osibugon et al. Sharifpour et al. And Zhou et al. Also concluded the significance of comorbidities, and their findings were comparable to the present study. Risk predictive ability of LDH was consistent with the findings of Zhang and colleagues, Josefovic et al. And Asghar and his co-workers. Conclusion. I'm having a problem with it, sorry. Thoda piche. Conclusion. Serial or time point estimation of different inflammatory markers, and especially. Okay, I'm run out of time.
Time is over. Thank you so much, Dr. Munir Hussain.
It's okay.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Aqsa Mushtaq. She is from AFIP Rawalpindi. Her title of presentation is Evaluation of apolipoprotein B, apolipoprotein A ratio as an alternate of lipid profile for cardiovascular risk assessment in a tertiary care hospital.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a good afternoon. I am Dr. Aqsa Mushtaq, Registrar Chemical Pathology, AFIP, and I will present my research article named Evaluation of apolipoprotein B over apolipoprotein A ratio as compared to lipid profile for cardiovascular risk assessment in a tertiary care hospital. Cardiovascular disease is a foremost risk to the health globally, attributed to approximately 30% of the 58 million deaths worldwide. Prevalence of cardiovascular disease in Pakistan has been reported up to 17.6%. According to WHO statistics, CVD is second most significant cause of death in Pakistan, accounted up to approximately 29%. Atherosclerosis is a Atherosclerosis is a chronic inflammatory process which leads to atheroma plaque formation. Dyslipidemia is one of the fundamental risk factors for the development of atherosclerosis, leading to cardiovascular-related diseases. For the diagnosis of dyslipidemia, most commonly used biochemical test is lipid profile, which is being used for decades. With the development in the field of biochemical testing, apolipoproteins have created greater opportunities for earlier identification of CVD. Apolipoproteins are carrier proteins in lipoproteins, apolipoprotein A being part of cardioprotective lipoprotein like HDL, and apolipoprotein B is associated with harmful lipoproteins like LDL and VLDL. Our objective is to evaluate the significance of ApoB over ApoA ratio in comparison with conventional lipid profile in risk assessment of cardiovascular disease. This cross-sectional study was carried out at Department of Chemical Pathology and Endocrinology AFIP from January 2021 to December 2021 using non-probability convenient sampling technique. Sample size was calculated using WHO sample size calculator and found to be 300. Individuals were divided into two groups. Group 1 included cases and were comprised of individuals with positive troponin value more than 0.06 nanogram per ml, and group 2 including controls, age-matching healthy individuals. In case group, patients with lipid-lowering interventions were excluded. Samples were collected from the participants with written informed consent. 5 ml venous blood sample was taken in plain serum tubes for serum lipid profile, ApoA and ApoB. Serum was separated after centrifugation and kept at -20 degrees centigrade until further analysis. Lipid profile was analyzed on ADVIA 1800 by photometry, and ApoA, ApoB were analyzed on Roche-Cobas C501 by turbidimetry. Data were analyzed using statistical package of social sciences programs version 21. Results were expressed at mean and standard deviation. Distribution of data was tested by Shapiro-Wilk test and found to be Gaussian. Descriptive statistics and independent sample t-test were used to compare mean of lipid profile, ApoB, ApoA ratio between both groups, and p-value less than 0.05 was taken as significant. Mean age for group 1 and group 2 was 57 and 52 respectively. In group 1, 60% of cases were males while 40% were females, whereas in group 2, 70% of the people were male and 30% were female. Means of case group and control group for total cholesterol, LDL, HDL, triglycerides, and ApoB, ApoA ratio are shown. Independent sample t-test was applied to compare variables of two groups. Total cholesterol does not show any significance, while LDL cholesterol, which is considered a hallmark of atherosclerosis, is also very weak in comparison between the two groups. However, in ApoB, ApoA ratio, p-value came out to be 0.00, that is highly significant. Previous studies showed comparable results with our study, that is total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol are not significant, whereas ApoB, ApoA showed significant difference in case and control group. ApoB, ApoA ratio is not only significant in cardiovascular disease, and with time, its utilization is also being tested in ischemic injuries other than cardiovascular disease. Like Chen et al. Educated its significance in cerebral ischemia. This ratio can be used along with other diagnostic tools like syntax scoring system, which is an angiographic technique used for grading of coronary artery lesions. And it's proven by Wong et al. So we can confidently conclude that ApoB-ApoA ratio is more promising cardiovascular risk assessment marker than lipid profile previously used. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aksa. Any questions? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Humaira Ahmed. She's from DUHS Karachi. Her title of presentation is Vitamin D Test Spectrum in Clinical Laboratory, Association of Clinical Findings and Testing Request with Vitamin D Results.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Humaira Ahmed from Dow University Hospital. I am going to present the vitamin D test spectrum at clinical laboratory, Association of Clinical Finding and Testing Request with Vitamin D test result. नहीं चल रहा pointer. This is the outline of my presentation. Now coming to the background. As all we know, vitamin D is one of the important hormone, which not only, one of the important vitamin, which not only the vitamin, but act like the hormone. Adequate amount of the vitamin D is necessary for their bone growth. And it is also reduce the risk of the chronic diseases like autoimmune diseases, like infection diseases, and like cardiovascular diseases. 25-hydroxy vitamin D is the barometer of its level and measured in the clinical laboratory to estimate its status. Clinical laboratories has been observed a marked increase in the vitamin D testing over a period of time, despite of its irrespective high cost, which is obvious from this slide. This slide shows data from Dow Diagnostic Research and Reference Laboratory of total load of vitamin D. In the first bar, we appreciate that in 2020, the load almost approaches the 70,000. In the 2021, the load almost the double. And the last bar display, the only 10-month data. And we already crosses the figure of 1 lakh. There are the several studies which are conducted in Pakistan to estimate the vitamin D deficiency in our population. This is the data from the last 7 years, which estimate that there is 23 to 66% of the Pakistan population have vitamin D deficient. Not only in Pakistan, unfortunately, Pakistan has the highest vitamin D deficient population in the region as well, which is obvious from this article. This article is a meta-analysis or the review article which is published in the BMC and show there is a high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency in Pakistan, followed by Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal and Sri Lanka. So, although the population is deficient, but clinical symptoms are variable. So, question is that why the vitamin D testing are increasing on demand, even it is not recommended as a routine screening test. And what is the clinical spectrum of the subject testing for the vitamin D status? And what are the different referral sources for the vitamin D test request? So investigate these questions, we design a study with a study objective to determine the characteristic of the vitamin D level of the study subject and to identify the source of vitamin D test request and evaluate the needs of it being tested. Now comes to the material and method. We design a prospective cross-sectional study which is conducted in main lab with chemical pathology section. We include 106 participants which are present at the main lab for their vitamin D test evaluation. While pregnant women and children are not included in this study, and we design a predefined performer to evaluate the patient basic characteristics, the common variable of the performer including the demographic characteristics, the presenting complaint and past medical history, and we also evaluate the participant for their source of test referral. Statistical analysis was done and we are going to the results. In a first table, we can show the demographic characteristic of the participant. Here you can appreciate the large number of the participants are belong to the age group 30 to 50 years. We have a 70% of the female approximately, and more of them are in the premenopausal state. Indoor and outdoor worker are roughly in a equal in amount. And we have approximately 90% of the patient have a baseline testing, and approximately 82% of the participant have a symptom at the time of the testing. The second table shows the association of the vitamin D deficiency with participant attribute. Here we can say that there is no significant association with the complaint of the body ache and the back pain and the weight loss with the vitamin D deficiency, but there is a significant association between the fracture after the minor fall and the vitamin D deficiency. And there is a significant association between the person who are not use the multivitamin and their vitamin deficiency, and indoor work environment are significantly associated with the vitamin D deficiency. The third table show the participant request and the previous test result. Here we can see that there is a large number of the participants with the deficient level are referred from the endocrinologist, while the large number of the participants with a sufficient result are referred from the self-requested, or followed by general physician, and lastly from the endocrinologist or specialist. So I summarize the result here. In my study, there is a main group of the age 30 to 50 year vitamin D deficiency significantly associated with the fracture or the indoor environment, and subject with a sufficient level 80.5% of the vitamin D were referred from the general physician self-requested. Among the participants with the repeat testing, 14.3% already have a baseline sufficient level, and small sample size is a limitation of my study. So here I conclude my presentation with the pan-related symptoms are not always related to vitamin D deficiency, and unnecessary testing of vitamin D should be addressed to avoid the burden on the healthcare population. Here the take-home message from my side. Vitamin D testing should not to be a part of the routine scanning in the general population. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Humaira. Any questions? Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Zebun Nissa from Akhan Hospital, Karachi. Her title of presentation is Markers Contributing to Clinical Findings in Autism.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Today I'm going to share my study findings named of the research study Markers Contributing to the Comorbidities in Autism Spectrum Disorder. I have no conflict of interest to declare. So what is autism spectrum disorder? It is a complex neurometabolic disorder that is characterized by deficit in communication, in the social interactions, and the patient has a stereotypical repetitive behavior. The diagnosis for the ASD is very difficult because there are no biomarkers or laboratory or any radiological scans are available to diagnose the patients. And plus the diagnosis is subjective using a diagnostic statistical manual 5, and which is a subjective and time consuming. And this test is only applicable once the child is old enough to communicate, like 3 to 3.5 years. And the symptoms of the autism usually appears by the age of 2 to 3 years. So the objective of my study was to identify and compare the urine organic acid metabolic profiles of children with autism using gas chromatography and mass spectrometry in comparison to the typically developing children. And the second was to determine the association of urinary biomarkers with clinical findings in children with ASD. So this was a collaborative study that was done by, in collaborations with pediatrics and child health at Aga Khan University. And the study period was almost 2 years. All those children with less than 14 years of age were included in my study, and the autism was diagnosed by our pediatric neurologist at Aga Khan, and typically developing children were taken as a control group from the laboratory personnel. So those children having a recent hospital admissions or any neuropsychiatric disorder other than epilepsy or having some metabolic disorder were excluded from the study. The sample size after exclusion, that total 65 were enrolled as an autism spectrum disorder and 20 were controls. The sample midstream urine was collected and it was stored at -20 degrees centigrade to avoid any kind of bacterial contamination till further analysis. And biochemical analysis was done using a gas chromatography mass spectrometry Agilent instrument. The software we used was ChemStations, and we used libraries or gases and NIST for analyzing the chromatograph. So following statistical analysis was done, like for qualitative data, we derived mean SD, and then chi-square analysis was done for qualitative, and to discriminate between the two, we used a canonical linear discriminant analysis. Coming to the results, so the most of the study among the ASD group, the age group was 4.5 mean age, but the autism, the mean age at the diagnosis was 2.3 years. Majority were males of 72.3%, and among total of 65 ASD children, only 14, that is 21.5%, were having epilepsy. And the consanguinity was 47.7% in the ASD group, while typically developing, they were only 30%. So coming to the signs and symptoms of, that were observed in the autism group, that was most of the children were not following the command, but most common, the seizure was found in 21.4%. This table shows the distribution of urine organic acids among the two groups, the ASD and typically, using the peaks, that is a small peak in relative to the peak of the internal standard. So the markers that were identified that was among the two groups were aconitinic acid, succinic acid, sucralfate, lactic acid, and adipic acid that were found significant among the two groups. So the comparison of the urine organic acid was done among the only ASD group and TD group using a canonical discriminant functions, and here we found that only 10 were tested, and among the 10, only 5 were significantly different between the two, and they were 3-hydroxyisovaleric, homovinalic, adipic, and sucralfate, and indole acetic was also included. These 5 markers were significantly different among these two groups. So the person classification canonical discriminant analysis was used to determine the predictive value of this DSM-5 criteria, along with this using and these urine organic acid. And there was found that this urine organic acid correctly identified 88.2% of the ASD group. So these are the glimpse of the studies that have done, but they were not very recent. That they studied, like Neville Begon, they studied the epilepsy in ASD and biomarkers, and they found that among the 35 children, only 20% were having epilepsy, but none of them have studied any kind of markers that were identified in the ASD group. In my study, I identified that lactic acid is not working. So the lactic acid, 3-hydroxyisobutyric acid, vinyl mandelic acid, and hippuric acid were significantly raised in those children having epilepsy. So what's the link between epilepsy and ASD? The ASD has higher rate of co-occurring in learning disabilities, language deficits, and seizures than the general population. But the biochemical markers and in the biological fluid that can diagnose the ASD at younger is a dire need to facilitate the timely patient care, centered care. And still it is not known why epilepsy is co-occur in the ASD children. So here's from my study that most of the children from ASD were having some learning disabilities, like they cannot articulate sentences, they were having speech delay, and they were having some social antisocial behavior. So in conclusion, the following 5 urine organic acids were identified in ASD group in comparison to total, but there is more than just an association between the ASD and epilepsy. So we need a further larger metabolomic studies to understand the pathophysiology behind the epilepsy that occurs in ASD children. And I have a plan to further evaluate the urine amino acids in my population. In the end, I would like to thank you to my supervisor, Dr. Leena Jaffrey, my team members, and my departments for funding this grant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zebunissa. Any questions? Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Rukhsana Tumrani. She's from Sheikh Zayed Medical College, Rahim Yar Khan. Her title of presentation is Comparison of Serum Sodium Level Measured by Direct and Indirect Iron Selective Electrode in Critically Ill Patient with Hypoalbuminemia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Dr. Ruxana Tumrani. I am a postgraduate resident chemical pathology at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Rahimir Khan. Today, the topic of my talk is comparison of serum sodium level measured by direct and indirect iron selective electrode in critically ill patients with hypoalbuminemia. I have no conflict of interest to disclose. Serum electrolytes are most frequently requested tests from critical care settings and from emergency department. There are two recommended methods for estimation of serum electrolytes: direct iron selective electrode and indirect iron selective electrode. In case of direct iron selective electrode, the activity of serum electrolytes is measured directly without any dilution, but in case of indirect iron selective electrode, there is pre-analytical dilution step which can result in pseudonormonatremia and pseudohypernatremia due to electrolyte exclusion effect. So in case of hypoalbuminemia, the discrepancy of serum sodium results can occur between two methods, which can result in misdiagnosis and mismanagement of critically ill patients. A study aims to provide direction to lab personnel regarding true difference of serum sodium level measured by both methods, direct and indirect ISC, in case of hypoalbuminemia. So misdiagnosis and mismanagement of critically ill patients can be prevented by keeping in view the true difference of serum sodium level by both methods. Objective of my study was to compare the mean serum sodium level measured by direct and indirect iron selective electrode in critically ill patients with hypoalbuminemia. Cross-sectional study was conducted in Chemical Pathology Section, Department of Pathology, Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Rahimir Khan, for a period of 6 months, from January 2022 to June 2022. 480 study subjects were included, and sampling technique was non-probability consecutive sampling technique. Both genders between 20 to 60 years of age were included, and critically ill patients were defined as patients with acute or chronic medical conditions admitted in intensive care units with serum albumin level less than 3.5 gram per dl. Samples of critically ill patients with albumin more than 3.5 gram per dl and samples with visible hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia were excluded. Data was collected after ethical approval from Institutional Review Board. Serum albumin was estimated of critically ill patients. Informed consent was taken with serum samples albumin less than 3.5 gram per dl. Causes of hypoalbuminemia were documented, and serum sodium level was estimated by both direct and indirect iron selective electrode. Cholesterol and triglyceride were also measured for all the samples. Data was collected on pre-designed proforma, and it was entered and analyzed using SPSS variant 23. Serum sodium level measured by direct and indirect ISC were compared by using paired sample t-test. Quantitative variables were presented in terms of mean and ST. Qualitative variables were presented in terms of frequency and percentages. All the effect modifiers were controlled through stratification, and post-stratification independent sample t-test was used. P-value less than or equal to 0.05 was taken as significant. These are the results of my study. Mean serum sodium level measured by indirect ISC was 141.2, while in case of direct iron selective electrode, mean serum sodium level measured was 137.0. The mean difference of serum sodium level measured by both methods was 4.216, with statistically significant difference between both groups with p-value 0.000. This pie chart shows the distribution of study subjects with respect to serum cholesterol. Most of the study subjects were having serum cholesterol between 100 to 150 milligram per dl. This pie chart is showing the distribution of study subjects with respect to serum triglyceride. Most of the study subjects were having serum triglyceride between 100 to 150 milligram per dl. This table illustrates the difference of mean serum sodium level with respect to different variables. The difference of mean serum sodium level with respect to serum triglyceride was statistically significant with p-value less than 0.05, while the difference of mean serum sodium level with respect to all other variables was not statistically significant. This is a comparison of my study with the previous studies. A study conducted by Story et al. And Zamanabadi MN et al. The mean difference of serum sodium level in both of these studies was statistically significant with p-value less than 0.05. On the basis of this study, it is concluded that discrepancy of serum sodium results can occur between direct and indirect ion selective electrode methods. Indirect ISC results in overestimation of serum sodium level in the case of hypoalbuminemia, which results in misclassification and misdiagnosis of pseudonormonatremia and pseudohypernatremia. So direct ISC method should be used preferably in the setting of hypoalbuminemia. My study was having total 30 references. Some of these are listed here. At the end of my presentation, I would like to thank my supervisor, a great mentor, for always having confidence in me. I am also grateful to PSCP and PAP for providing me opportunity to present at this prestigious forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rukhsana Tumrani. Any questions? Due to some technical issues, kindly bear with us for 1 to 2 minutes. Our next presenter is Dr. Sana Iqbal. She is from AFIP Rawalpindi. Her topic of presentation is clinical utility of N-terminal prohormone B-type natriuretic peptide levels in diabetic patients with heart failure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sana Iqbal for Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. The topic of my presentation is clinical utility of N-terminal pro-BNP levels in diabetic patients with heart failure. Heart failure is a leading cause of morbidity and premature mortality worldwide. Early diagnosis and the optimal management are the key factors in reducing its impact. Clinical utility of N-terminal pro-BNP is well established in the diagnosis, monitoring, and risk stratification of cardiovascular disease. Recent studies have shown an inverse relationship between the natriuretic peptide level and obesity. Data have shown 30 to 40% low levels of anti-pro-BNP among obese patients. Limited population-based studies are available comparing the plasma BNP levels in both diabetics and non-diabetic patients. Now, we know that most of the obese patients or overweight patients have low BNP level, and most of the diabetic patients are either obese or overweight. So my question is, in this scenario, anti-pro-BNP levels are useful? So, the objective of my study was to investigate the effect of type 2 diabetes mellitus on the plasma N-terminal pro-BNP level in patients with heart failure and to explore the relation between N-terminal pro-BNP level and HbA1c. My study was a comparative cross-sectional study conducted over the periods of 6 months after approval of the Institutional Review Board. 197 participants were enrolled by convenient non-probability sampling technique. Study population comprised of heart failure patients with and without diabetes mellitus. Patients with already established diagnosis of the heart failure for at least 3 months on the medication and symptomatic with the different classes of dyspnea as per New York Heart Classification were included in this study. Whereas patients with the recent coronary syndrome within the last 2 months, recent cardiac bypass surgery, bronchopulmonary disease, and advanced renal failure were excluded from my study. BMI was calculated from height and weight for each participant. Diagnosis of the heart failure and diabetes mellitus were made as per American Heart Association and American Diabetic Association criteria respectively. Plasma and terminal proBNP was analyzed on the same day of sample acquisition on a fully automated immunoassay analyzer, whereas HbA1c concentration were measured by the NGSP recommended method capillary electrophoresis. Software used for the analysis of data was SPSS version 26. For descriptive stat, frequencies, mean, standard deviation, and percentages were calculated. For inferential studies, we used independent sample t-test, post hoc ANOVA, and Pearson's correlation. The mean age of my study population was 61 years, with 52% females and 48% males. Out of 197 participants with the heart failure, 98 were non-diabetic, 96 were already diagnosed of type 2 diabetes mellitus, and they include both controlled and uncontrolled diabetic patients. So here is a visual presentation of variables between two comparative groups. Now I will discuss my results one by one. Apparently, N-terminal proBNP level looks higher in the female as compared to the males. But on application of the statistical test, there was no significant difference between the male and female levels of N-terminal proBNP. An international study, Jennifer et al., established that despite the predominance of male in the cardiovascular disease, there was no significant difference in N-terminal proBNP levels. Hence, NT-proBNP is equally useful in both genders in heart failure patients. Although some studies have shown higher NT-proBNP levels in the female in comparison to the male and attributed this to the sex hormones, which is a protective effect of the sex hormone. But most studies are consistent with our findings. Data has shown that the heart failure patient with already established type 2 diabetes mellitus have higher level of the NT-proBNP as compared to non-diabetic. Association of NT-proBNP with HbA1c was evaluated by using Pearson's correlation. A moderate positive statistical correlation was found between NT-proBNP and HbA1c concentration in diabetic patients with heart failure. Moreover, we found that in patients with the diabetes, there is a significant correlation between the degree of diabetic control and NT-proBNP concentration. Heart failure patients with a poor glycemic control have higher NT-proBNP levels. Dell et al. Compared the BNP level in same patients before and after achieving the glycemic control and found a higher level of the BNP in uncontrolled diabetic patients. Similarly, Stefano et al. Demonstrated that diabetic people have 2.6-fold increased odds ratio of having high NT-proBNP levels as compared to non-diabetic, independent of the BMI, confounders, and risk factors. Martin et al. Demonstrated the same results in patients without overt cardiovascular disease. So here is the graphical presentation of the data showing the distribution on basis of NYHA dyspnea classification between the diabetics and non-diabetics. Anti-pro-BNP level were also compared by the multiple comparison post-hoc LSD ANOVA between the different diabetic and dyspnea groups level, and were higher in the uncontrolled diabetic patient as compared to controlled diabetic patients. In accordance to the international and national data, our data has also shown inverse relationship between
Time is over. You can conclude your presentation.
So to conclude my study, I will say that diabetic patients with a heart failure have comparatively higher level of N-terminal pro-BNP regardless of the BMI. In diabetic patient, HbA1c should be included in comparison to the anti-pro-BNP level for the appropriate management and evaluation of the patient. Severity of the heart failure can be judged by the concentration of plasma and terminal pro-BNP regardless of BMI. These are the limitations of my study. References, I thank you all, please.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to thank you to all free paper presenters, and now I would like to request Honorable Chair Brigadier Professor Dr. Amir Ijaz to conclude the session with his valuable remarks.
Thank you, Shabnam. In one word, I will explain today's session, and that is excellent. Excellent presentation, great. Our younger generation is doing great job. I was a little bit gone into nostalgia also. About 30 years ago, in a PAP conference was my first presentation, and I was much confused than the present day youngsters. It was PC Hotel, but in Rawalpindi. It is 29 years ago. So, but the standard has gone much, much higher. Wonderful thing, beautiful slides, beautiful content, and good presentations, really. And they were not at all confused. They were very confident, and they were very good. And the result is being compiled. Afsa, will take some time. Okay. But if you, जिस तरह वो बूढ़े आदमी ने कोई ना कोई एडवाइस तो करनी होती है ना, तो वो रुक नहीं सकता उससे. तो एक दो एडवाइस यही है कि एक दो कैंडिडेट्स ने रीडिंग इज़ नॉट गुड. आपके सामने लिखी हुई हैं स्लाइडें, सारी पढ़ी, वहीं से पढ़ के बता दें. अलग पेपर पे लिख के तो ना लाए ना. बहुत सीनियर जब आप हो जाएंगे, कोई मतलब 60-70 साल उम्र हो जाएगी, तो फिर आपको अलाउड होगा रीडिंग. अभी आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता रीडिंग. Secondly, it is not my study, it is our study, because in all the articles there were multiple authors. So you were recommending, you were representing all those authors. So this was exactly the point pointed out by our marhum General Iftikhar. When I did my rehearsal at FIP, he said, Amir, it is not my study, it is our study. So I still remember, and I hope you will not also forget. Time is very important, and alhamdulillah, most of you stick to time. This was the most impressive thing. And how can you keep the time? By doing rehearsals at home. But by now, your husbands or your wives should also be remembering the presentation. So you must vomited it in front of them. Huh? Thank you very much. And now hand it over to.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabnam, and all the best to the presenters for the awards. Now it's time to hand over the ChemCon flag to the Lahore Center for the conference next year. I would like to invite Dr. Leena Jaffrey, Chair ChemCon 2022, to hand over the flag, please. May I please call upon Dr. Amir Ijaz to collect the flag on behalf of Lahore. posters. Now it's time to award the best poster presenters of the evening. These awards will be presented by Dr. Adnan Mustafa Zubairi, Patron Conference Committees and Director Outreach, Clinical Laboratories, Indus Hospital and Health Network, Karachi. Big round of applause for Dr. Adnan, please.
Assalamu alaikum. For this CAMCON 2022, we received nearly 50 abstracts and 37 were selected as poster presentations. So the third highest score was received for the poster title, Diagnostic Performance of SARS-CoV-2 Rapid Antigen Test Among Patients in Emergency Department of a Tertiary Care Hospital by Dr. Nayab Afzal from NMC. Second highest scores for the poster presentation were achieved for poster titled Oral Manifestations and Metabolic Bone Diseases in Patients in Children with Thalassemia by Ms. Arsala Jamil Farooqi. And highest scores for the poster presentation were achieved for the poster title Biotin Responsive Multiple Carboxylase Deficiency by Mr. Siraj Munir. Siraj. Highest score for the oral presentation were achieved for the oral presentation titled Markers Contributing to Comorbidities in Autism Spectrum Disorder by Ms. Zebun Nisa.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Leena Jaffrey for an exciting announcement that Dr. Siptan mentioned earlier. Dr. Leena, can you please do the honors?
So for the first time in the history of Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology, we will be announcing a research award, and this is designated to metabolomics, but do not feel disheartened. Immunoassays and mass spectrometry both can apply, so you need to write a research proposal. This is not an award for the oral presenter or the poster presenters. This is a future award that will be awarded to someone who will write a good proposal, and then it will be assessed by Executive Council, the new Executive Council of PSCP. And we will share the form, the research form on our WhatsApp family group and also on the society website, and the guidelines how to apply. So can you display the slide? Meri shakal nahi, wo PowerPoint. So I would like you to welcome Mr. Masood Ahmed. And the research award is known as the Randox Research Park Award for PSCP, and it is designated for metabolomics. Thank you very much. So I would like Mr. Masood to announce the actual amount. नहीं आप announce. आप announce. अरे करिए.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम जी। आप बहुत सारे लोग मुझे जानते ही होंगे, लेकिन एजुकेशन के लिए मेरी कोशिश होती है मैक्सिमम कि जितना भी हम कर सकें। तो रेंडॉक्स इज़ अ कंपनी विच वी बेसिकली रिप्रेजेंट इन पाकिस्तान। मुस्लिम ट्रेडिंग एजेंसीज और हॉस्पिटल सिस्टम के नाम से हम काम करते हैं। तो डॉक्टर साहब से साथ हमने डिस्कस किया था, तो $3,000 विल बी द अवार्ड मनी। और जो भी ये लोग डिसाइड करेंगे, वट एवर दीज आर द पीपल, बट वी विल डेफिनेटली एंड इट विल बी कंटिन्यू, नॉट ओनली फॉर 1 ईयर। इंशाल्लाह जब तक होगा इसको अगले रखेंगे कि अगले 8-10 साल तक तो आपको मिलता रहे। थैंक यू जी।
Thank you very much. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Sibtain Ahmed for distribution of shields among the presenters, committee members, and the participants. Dr. Dan, can you please come up on stage for the distribution? The first shield goes to Dr. Amran Siddiqui, who is going to collect on his behalf. Dr. Leena, can you please step up? छोड़ दे. Okay. Can I please call upon Dr. Aisha Habib Khan? Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Next is Dr. Haura Ali. May I please call upon Dr. Javed Jabbar? Next, Dr. Hafsa Majid. उसका name है? कहाँ है उसका name? Dr. Sahar. May I please call upon Dr. Sahar Iqbal? Thank you, Dr. Sahar. Next, may I call upon Dr. Shabnam Dildar Ali? Dr. Noreen Shirazi. I think she has already left. We'll keep her shield with us. किसी और को चाहिए? Now, for the workshop committee, Dr. Fatma Kanani. बाद में. Another member from the workshop committee is Dr. Shagufta Yusuf. Maliha. Next comes the name of Dr. Maliha Zubairi from the workshop committee. हाँ है. Thank you, Dr. Maliha. Now the Shields for Publication and Souvenirs Committee. Let us invite Dr. Usman Ali. Next is Dr. Iram Salim. May I please invite Dr. Sabah Raza. Dr. Aisha Habib. Junior, sorry. Aisha Habib Kamran. आप लोग हैं. Now it's time to award the Communication and IT Coordination Committee. First up is Dr. Siptan Ahmed. Thank you, Dr. Siptan. May I now call upon Dr. Shehrbano Imran. Next up is Dr. Bilal Hashmi. May I please welcome Mr. Masood Ahmad. He's not here. Next up is Mr. Abdul Mateen. He has done all the hard work of coordination. Last but not the least, Nasheed Irshad. Dr. Humaira Ahmad, please. Dr. Khizr Kashmiri. He's not here. Dr. Iza Tahir. Dr. Sabah Raza. भाई वो कह रही हैं बोलती जाओ। अच्छा, Dr. Jawad ul Haq. He's Dr. Zebun Nisa. Dr. Rukhsana Tumrani. Dr. Aqsa Mushtaq. Next up is Dr. Nayab Zehra. Dr. Munir Hussain. Dr. Siraj Munir. Dr. Sana Iqbal. Lastly, Dr. Hafiza Munazza Batul. Thank you, Dr. Hafiza. We'll wait for a minute for the rest of the shields to come. Dr. Leena Jafri, once again. May I please welcome Professor Dr. Raza Jafar. Thank you, sir. Dr. Heather Naqvi, please. May I please invite Dr. Muhammad Amir. Last but not the least, Dr. Amir Ijaz. Dr. Ammar from Dr. Ghazanfar Abbas, please. Thank you very much. May I call upon Dr. Salma Ayub. This is the award for the moderators. May I call upon Dr. Nadia Asher. Thank you for moderating the first day, Dr. Nadia. Thank you, Dr. Adnan. That's it. May I please call upon Dr. Aisha Habib Khan for some more distribution. It's my great pleasure to call upon Dr. Adnan Mustafa Zubairi. May I please invite Dr. Shahid Parvez. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. क्या क्लोजिंग रिमार्क जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग है. Next, may I please invite Dr. Syed Bilal Hashmi, staff pathologist at Aga Khan University Hospital, to moderate the PSCP general body meeting.
Consultant Chemical Pathologist, Shifa International Hospital, to begin the Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology General Body Meeting. Over to you, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chair, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this very intellectually stimulating conference to an end, and it is a great pleasure to be here, and I believe that our trust in our society keeps on increasing because of the quality and the quantity of scientific material that is presented here, and it really opens up a window of opportunity for all of us, not only to enlighten ourselves in what is going on in different fields of our specialty, but it also opens up new vistas, new directions to take our work to new levels and find new platforms to work together. So really grateful to all the organizers for organizing this very intellectually stimulating event. And I'll say goodbye to all of you, because next time I think this podium would be occupied by my successor. Before I leave, I'd like to invite President PSCP, Major General Syed Raza Jafar, for his final remarks about his stay as a president. Sir.
Thank you, Brigadier Amir. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. It was really an honor and treat to attend such a this conference here, and all the credit goes to President PAP, who's here, Dr. Shahid Parvez, and the secretary, Dr. Adnan Mustafa Zabari, and all of this management committee of this Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology and PAP as well. So I think this is the 8th meeting, and really it's marvelous. I'm falling short of words to extend the gratitude on behalf of Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology to the PAP, and it was a wonderful event. And I pray to Allah that in future such events, such like events, they continue to come, and it was very well organized. And I'm really happy and I'm really satisfied that the coming up youngsters, they are delivering, and they have to get the command and control, and the quality of papers which were presented here, that was excellent. So it all credit goes to the senior supervisors and senior doctors to train these young ones. Stay blessed, and Allah bless you. Thank you.
Lastly, I would like to call upon Dr. Shahid Parvez, President, Pakistan Association of Pathologists, Chair of Organizing Committee of PAP Conference 2022, for the vote of thanks and closing remarks.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. General Raza, Brigadier Amir, Professor Adnan Mustafa Zubairi, Lina, Professor Aisha Habib, and all colleagues. I'm sure that this would have been a wonderful day, because I know that from my past experience that the Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology is the most organized, vibrant and active, and that I'm saying with evidence is because I also oversee the Department of Pathology, College of Physicians and Surgeons as a counselor, and every month on one Saturday, one of the specialty, they do their update or workshop session. For instance, histopathology, we do it on the third Saturday. And the way this Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology, they submit the most idealistic and updated program well in advance, without any failure, without any interruption. So that's unprecedented. So I think that kind of discipline is itself a guarantee of success. So as General Professor Raza Jafar said, that our younger generation, it is said that talent is universal, but opportunities are not, right? So we don't have any less potential than, our peers in the developed countries. The only thing is that to prosper, you not only seed, but also the soil is required. So seed is very much here, and this nation and our youth is so talented that they do miracles if they get even the slightest of the chance, what our peers get in the developed country. And the good thing is that these societies, and like Pakistan Society of Chemical Pathology, it's one of the functions is to encourage and prosper our next generation. We human beings perish, but we pass it to the next generation. So that is our legacy. And I'm very pleased to learn that yesterday we listened to Dr. Khusro Adeli from IFCC, and so much opportunities he talked about what are available to our trainees and our younger pathologists or senior pathologists alike. In addition, I was told by Lena that a future grant of $3,000 US, I suppose, or equivalent, because US dollars are not available in the market, right, will be available in future, as a research grant. So these kind of initiatives are unprecedented. So a big thank you to make this event a joint event. This is unprecedented that 6 parallel sessions are going on since yesterday. And even in the largest meeting where we go, international meetings, not more than 6-7 parallel sessions run. And so much so that I have to excuse a little bit from you, that Dr. Adnan knows that in our first meeting, we estimated that probably we will have about 500, 600 participants. So that's how we ordered our bags and flash drives, etc. Later on, we realized that it may be more. So we increased 200 to 800. But now what happened that, mashallah, over 1,200 registrations. So the flip side is that some of the participants didn't get the bags or flash drive. So just to make an announcement that those who didn't get back, please, before you leave, leave this coupon, leave with the registration desk with your contact number, because we are ordering more and we will make sure that these are delivered to you, as soon as we get it. So with that, thank you very much all, and in particular our overseas, our colleagues from the northern part of the Pakistan in particular. And yesterday, I think not all may be present, but we have already announced the dates of the next PAP conference, along with obviously all these societies, will be inshallah in Lahore. 17, 18, and 19 November, right? 17, 18, 19 November. So this is to give you an opportunity to invite, to engage people, because some international figures are so busy that their calendars go to several years. So for this reason, we decided that we shall announce the date here for the next meeting. So a big thank you, and may Allah bless you all. Thank you.